Welcome one, welcome all. My name is Lord Nicolina, and welcome to my podcast series, Angelrise. So you're probably wondering, who am I exactly? I am an angel from the blue and white realm of heaven. I am also a male-female hybrid, and can switch between a male and a female voice. But right now, I am currently using my male voice because that's the one I'm most comfortable with right now. I also am the ruler of the blue and white realm of heaven. I rule it alongside my three sisters. I am the oldest of the four. Also, I must inform you all that I am high-functioning autistic. Now, on to important matters. What can you expect from me here on this podcast? Here in this podcast, my story will be told. Like all of you, I've been through my triumphs and my downfalls. From the day I was born to today, I've been through what you may not have expected. And I view the world with as much peace and love as it has to offer, all in God's name. And I'll be honest, I had little interest in podcasts. However, when I'm enrolled in them, they take me to places I thought I would never go. Through the eyes of others, through many subjects. Which leads me to say that this podcast was inspired by the Topical podcast, which is a podcast made by my friends Sam Smaretsky and Cameron Haas. I'll link their channel in the description, just in case if you want to check them out. Anyways, my fellow angels, I invite you to come on this journey with me. Not just of joy, and not just of sorrow, but of my life itself. And trust me, you will not regret it. It will be a blessing in disguise for all of you. Let's talk about my diagnosis. It started when I was around about 1 year old, or maybe a year and a half. I'm not sure, but during that time, I had an unusually loud voice. And I oftentimes would get mischievous. Like sneaking onto computers. Or something like that. Man, I was a silly one back then. So it came to the conclusion. No, wait, not conclusion. And my mother was actually pretty confused as to what was causing this strange behavior that I had. And it came to the conclusion that I had autism, which to be honest, I was quite surprised by. And well, now that I'm older. But I was officially diagnosed with high-functioning autism on July 13th, 2003. High-functioning autism is also known as Asperger's syndrome. It's an autism classification where a person who has it exhibits no intellectual disability, which means they can read and write, among other things. However, they can exhibit deficits in communication, emotion recognition and expression, and even social interaction. in my case, I often communicated like in a very excited or very loud tone. It's because I was excited, and I genuinely was. I wanted to get out what I knew to the people that I loved. And oftentimes, that they wouldn't get it because they would be like, Nicolina, please keep it down. To be honest, it kind of upset me a little bit. And that's when my emotion recognition comes into play. I do have difficulty dealing with other people's emotions, like if somebody like is really like excited, but it bugs me, then I kind of like just start screaming on the inside, and sometimes I would even run away because I was so upset. This did not come without judgment, however. I was often talked to about my behavior, saying that you need to calm down, Nicolina. That's enough. But on the inside, I was like, but why? Well, why should I stop? I felt like, I was falling apart on the inside. But yet, a lot of people just didn't understand at first. At first, when I was diagnosed, my mom actually considered homeschooling me. Yeah, but the doctor who made the diagnosis said, no, Nicolina has to go to school, and she has to learn. Yeah, she has to learn how to communicate with others. When it came to school, I was a little better, but I had some pretty strange behaviors, to say the least. Even though, I did behave well, oftentimes when I was upset, sometimes, I would often, bang my fist on the desk. Or even, like, bang my head on the desk. Trust me, but if I did that now, it would honestly hurt. But I don't know much, about people saying that behavior of mine. But if they did, I'm pretty sure that that they would have recognized right away. Also, I would often put my head down and just almost feel like crying if I was ever upset. And even if it got too loud, and this was the most significant part, I would cover my ears whenever things were getting too loud, or whenever I was like in a really, really bad mood. Oftentimes the behaviors would go unnoticed, but whenever they were noticed, the person who noticed, whether it was a student or a teacher, would recognize that something was wrong. One thing I would do, to calm myself down was actually to go for walks in the hallways. Oh, it started back in elementary school, and it continued its way through high school. It was a good way to calm me down, and I would oftentimes go to the water fountain to get a drink of water. Yep, and honestly, I felt it was the best way, to help me like help calm my nerves and really get back into the mood. Despite all this, I still managed to make plenty of friends relatively easily at school. Yeah, but that I'll cover in a future episode. But for now, well, let's talk about some of the help I got for my autism. The first bit of help that I got from my autism was enrolling in a program called IBI. I'm not sure what that stands for, but whatever the case, it played a very significant role in helping with my autism. The main thing the program helped me out with was with my communication. But the most significant part about it was with my planning skills. I would often do planning skills by sticking a series of cards on a piece of paper or a grid. It'll basically tell me what do I do at this time, or what do I do then? And the people who helped me in the program, what can I say? they played a very significant role, and I can't thank them enough for their help. Yeah, but especially to one person, and who did help me, and of course, who I had shared interests with. Of course, I'm not going to say their name because of privacy reasons. Yeah, but still though, it's something, while I may have a short memory of, it was a very significant part in me getting help for my autism and helping with my communication skills. So to those who helped me, thank you so much. Another thing that helped me with my autism a bit was enrolling in a group called Teen Group. It was organized by the same people at the place who run on the IBI program, and it basically has a group of teenagers who have autism like me. They develop their skills even further, as you're getting older, and of course more specifically in the adolescent route. And we would do all kinds of activities, like often go for walks, play in the yard, and even have some special guests over. One of my fondest memories with the teen group is going bowling at a place called Echo Bowl, and I have to admit, it was very fun. And another part of it that I really enjoyed, it was the one time where we got to handle all kinds of animals, and especially snakes. Man, I love snakes. But just so you know, sorry for any of you snake fearers out there. but still though, it was really fun. The most significant part of it, however, came in a camp called Skill Camp, which is something related to IBI and Teen Group. In this case, we learned basic everyday tasks, like shopping for groceries, cooking our own food, ordering food at a restaurant by ourselves, and even going to a movie by ourselves. And honestly, if it weren't for these groups, how would I have the skills, to do the things I do today? Yeah, to be honest, I couldn't be more thankful. Outside of Skill Camp and Teen Group, however, when it comes to people I know with autism, there are not that many people that I know. Though there are a couple people of significance that I do know with autism. Though of course I'm not going to share their names because of course privacy reasons. The first one I met back in July of 2012, who is a step-cousin of mine. And of course we share a very common interest in video games and role-playing. And the second one is an online friend that I made back in November of 2020, who share similar interests. But both of them I've developed significant relationships with. And of course they're really fun to be around. And there's one saying that's really been significant to me. People with autism are angels in disguise on Earth. That plays a very significant role in my life, because I know I am one. And I know that I can bring love and understanding to those who need it most. When it comes to being a person with autism, it makes me feel like I have some sort of superpower. Like I have an ability that most people don't have. Like the ability to understand and things that people may not understand. But in my case, like I may dislike something, that a lot of you may like. Or maybe I may like something that a lot of you may not like. But overall, having autism makes me feel like I have no regrets at all. It makes me feel like I'm one of the very few people in the world who has a very special ability, a different ability. When it comes to social media, I like to see both sides of the equation. The good thing about social media is, and I'm pretty sure all of you know this by now, is to keep in touch. Sure, it's a really good idea to keep in touch, because you never know what the heck's going on with anyone, unless they share it at least. Well, if you know what I mean. Okay, anyways, in the early days when I was on social media, I felt like I was on top of the world, like that I could share whatever I want. But as time progressed, I thought I don't need to just show like everything. I just wanted to show who I was. Like of course like a piece of artwork or a comic that I've made, or even one of these podcast episodes. Social media to me is a place where I feel I could be myself. And I feel that no one could bring me down. Except for maybe an algorithm or two, and even though if algorithms are an issue for me, I'm like, whatever. An algorithm is an algorithm. If it likes what it sees, it does, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. So it's just the way social media works. However, midway through May of 2020, that's when my social media experience started to take a turn for the worst. Posts circling around, such as COVID-19 misinformation / misunderstanding and civil rights issues, became really heavy on my mind. It made me feel like I was being forced like into a crowd of unnecessary and forced love. It just didn't feel right to me. And worst of all, those posts really started to overshadow all the good ones I was seeing. Even the ones from some of my friends. Yeah, it made me feel like, how the heck am I going to get through this? It was definitely good to know about those posts. But however, I saw them portrayed in a way that was more aggressive and hurtful than helpful. The stress dragged on for a couple of weeks. Until in early June of 2020, that's when I finally snapped. Yep, I felt like I was legit going to snap. And that's when I said, I need to step away. So I took a social media break, which is something I often didn't do because I just felt okay on social media. but at that time, it wasn't right for me to be on there. After my June break, nothing else happened, really. I was able to tolerate it a bit more, but still, something inside of me was not feeling right at all. At the end of 2020, going into 2021, I started having bad feelings about social media again. I started feeling like I was only using it for attention and not just being myself. I just didn't feel right. But my dad knew it was true. He he felt I was using it too much, and he felt that's what was causing my stress. Well, to get up to such a high level. With that being said, that's when my second major social media break kicked in. This break lasted for nearly 3 weeks, from January 3rd to 22nd in 2021. Yep, and as time went on, I I did start to feel better in some ways. Well, more than one way, of course. But at the same time, I figured I feel I need to take more breaks. So in between my January break and midway through the year, I did take some small breaks just to really clear my head and to realize that maybe something wasn't right about social media. Just when I thought when I was in the clear, however, midway through 2021, that's when it got to me again. Another civil rights issue popped up, and my mind just almost like snapped. Like I felt like I was falling again, and I was soon to hit rock bottom. And that's when I took my next break, which was on the 4th of July weekend. Well, for all my American viewers, and of course for my Canadian viewers, of course it was the Canada Day weekend. I did come back after that weekend, but things were starting to get like progressively worse, like way worse than around the time of my break back in January of 2021. I started seeing posts like, if you're not angry, you're not listening, or this is a scam and you need to listen. Posts like that were really starting to now overshadow the good stuff I was seeing. But to add more insult to injury, I was starting to get pressure from some of my fellow followers on Instagram and Twitter. Well, mostly Instagram. That I should post things that I shouldn't. I felt like I was being taken for granted. That's when, on August 8th, 2021, when I saw another post regarding a civil rights issue, I finally said, enough is enough. And I said to myself, I'm not coming back to social media until this calms down. My social media experience hit rock bottom on that day. I was just tired. And I was just annoyed. Like, how much longer is this going to continue? And if it's not gonna stop anytime soon, then I might as well not be on there. The posts, I felt, were telling more lies than telling the truth. When it felt like a post was trying to solve a problem, it only created more problems that were just so unnecessary and so foolish. That's why I said in a note that I was going to be off of social media indefinitely. That didn't mean, however, that I was leaving all of my social media behind. I was leaving the main 3 platforms that I use behind. Those being Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And since that day, I've never returned to those platforms. Or at least for now. And before you ask, I won't be linking any of my social media accounts in the description below. I hope you guys understand. And you're probably wondering, Nicolina, how have you used this break? I mainly used this break just to really connect with the real truth. That certain situations have to be confronted with discipline. And I also use this break to help me realize the people that are true to me, like my family and my friends. And I'll be honest, it was tough. It was tough leaving behind social media. But at the same time, I felt it was the right choice for me. My mind was not in a good place. And I felt it was right to step away. As of this recording, I am doing better, but not better enough to the point where I can come back. It is going to still be a painstaking journey, but in the end, I feel it's going to be worth it. And I still feel some of the stress from social media to this day, though it hasn't been as bad as it was before. But one question remains. Will my social media stress ever go away? It may still be there, and it may never go away. But I know I can take care of it. And I know that I can reconnect with the outside world and learn the real truth. Because the stress I had on social media told me the real truth of the outside world. When it comes to being a leader, it is important to know who you are leading. And if you are a good person like me, it can be tough because you have to make decisions, that some people will like and others will not. But if you were to see me in my younger days, you would have seen that I made it look like I have been in a role of a leader before. There are 2 leadership roles, in fact, that I have taken on, and before I've taken on my role as the leader of the blue and white realm of heaven. The first one being an assistant coach for my high school hockey teams. That role came into effect right as I started high school, like 1 month in. I was approached by the head coach of the hockey teams, who actually happened to be a teacher in one of my classes, and he asked me if I wanted to be part of the team, like, to be more specific, the boys hockey team. And without hesitation, I said yes. When I first started this opportunity, I started out as the equipment manager for the boys hockey team. Well, my primary task was to take care of the equipment for the players. Well, mostly parts for their skates and their helmets. As time progressed, however, I thought to myself, I feel I should say something to the team, say something to get them hyped up. And that's exactly what I did. And of course, that's what the head coach wanted to see. Well, at least, of course, he loved the idea. Well, if you know what I mean. I would often say things like, "It's game time, boys. Let's go get 'em." And even, "Hey, it's one game at a time, boys. We'll get them again. I would often give speeches to them before and after practices and games, just to give them a sense of hope. Like, there's someone on the bench rooting for them. Even some of the players would come up to me and ask me for some advice. And oftentimes I would give them the advice, focus more on the man than the puck. Or maybe even be a little more tighter on the forecheck. Or let the opponent come to you. Those kinds of things. But most of the time I would say motivational things. And times when players would come off the ice, I would often give them fist bumps. It's just to say, hey, you got this. And all of that really boosted the team's spirits. Because in the end, in my first year with the team, they won the county championship. And they recognized me as the MVP of the team. Or heart of the team. And like a news article said about the victory the next day, the MVP of this team doesn't even wear skates. That carried over to my second year with the boys hockey team and my eventual move to the girls hockey team. And I received a lot of recognition. Like, you wouldn't believe the amount of recognition I got for it. Whether it was from other students within the school, whether it was from the teachers. That's what made me popular as a high school student. My role as a coach on the hockey teams at the high school. It even went as far as me receiving an award for it. From one of the players themselves. And though I was an equipment manager to begin with, players and coaches who saw me on the hockey teams will always remember me as an assistant/bench coach. It was an experience I'll never forget. The second leadership role that I had was a bit more relaxed, but still I had a lot of fun doing. It was tutoring a class as part of one of my courses in my victory lap year of high school. The class I was tutoring, to be exact, was a grade 10 communications technology class. And communications technology was something I was really good at. My job was to help out students, of course, in the class, with communications technology. Oftentimes I would help some groups of students film videos, and even help them edit some Photoshop documents, because I know the program very well. There was the occasional hiccup every now and then, where sometimes I would get overwhelmed, but overall, it was a really fun experience, and a lot of the students recognized me for it. And now, here I am today, a leader of my own section of heaven. But you're probably wondering, Nicolina, what makes a good leader? Well, I'm glad you asked. I believe that what makes me a good leader is my positive energy. Something you may not see in a lot of leaders. I feel that my positive energy can uplift anyone's spirits. Just like it did with the hockey teams and with my tutoring class. My resilience, I feel, also plays a significant factor in my leadership. Because I know that no matter what the situation, or no matter how down I get, I always have this desire to make adjustments, to keep going, and to always make my people and those that are around me feel as welcome as possible. And I wish to continue this for the future, because God knows that I can lead well. The people I know I can lead well. And even though there may be a few bumps up ahead, I will be sure that I will make my presence known as a lordly leader. For those of you who are wondering when my birthday is, I'm going to tell you right now, my birthday is February the 4th, which at the time of this recording is not that far away. And how do I celebrate it, you may ask? Well, there are 5 very specific birthdays that stand out deeply to me. First off, I'm going to start with 2 very significant birthdays. The first one happening in 2008, and the second one happening in 2012. On those occasions, my aunt would make a very special cake, which depicted the matchup of the Super Bowls of that year. To be more specific, in 2008 was Super Bowl 42, and 2012 was Super Bowl 46. And in both of those matchups, the teams facing off were the New York Giants and the New England Patriots. And you're probably wondering, who was I cheering for? The answer was simple. I was cheering for the New York Giants, since they are my favorite NFL team. And both times, they won. But while the Giants' wins were terrific, the cakes are what really remind me of those special days. My aunt designed them really well. And to my aunt, if you're watching this, I want to thank you so much. Those cakes really meant a lot. And I'll never forget them. The next birthday celebration I want to share with you is the one back in 2018. On that occasion, I mostly remember it for another special cake being made, although it wasn't really decorated. It was made by my step-cousin, who I shouted out in episode 2, and I think he did a tremendous job on it. Even though it was just a standard cake with white icing, it was just enough to make me smile and realize that he can be pretty talented as well. And as well, the Super Bowl happened to be on my exact birthday. I mean, can you believe it? On my exact birthday. But seriously, who knew that my birthday would happen on the same day as the Super Bowl? And it was pretty common, well, for pretty much all my lifetime, that the Super Bowl would fall on the weekend that was closest to my birthday. Well, with the exception of this year, starting from here on out. But still, though, whenever the Super Bowl was coming around, you knew my birthday was coming up. The next celebration I want to share with you is the one that happened in 2020. It's one that I honestly will never forget. For my 2020 birthday, I went out for dinner with some family, and I also invited a few friends as well from my high school. That celebration is significant to me because around the time I was in my victory lap year of high school, and I knew that I was going to be done high school after that year. And I didn't want to let the opportunity of spending my birthday with some of my high school friends go to waste. And the last one I would like to share with you is the one that happened in 2021. It was significant in so many ways. First of all, it was my 20th birthday. I was finally going to become an adult. But at the same time, it did feel kind of strange. Around that time, I did feel like I was kind of a mix of a 15-year-old and a 25-year-old. Pretty strange, right? Yeah, but still. The celebration, I'll never forget. I received a lot of artwork from those I knew on social media. But they knew I was something special. And even I received many wishes from those I knew. Also very special. Yeah, but the most significant part about my birthday of 2021 was that I did something that a lot of people have done during the pandemic. To be more specific, it was a drive-by celebration. And it wasn't as big as some of the others were, but still, it had a significant place in my heart. Most of my family came, and a couple of my friends even came as well. And it even lasted a couple of days, even with people coming on separate days. And you're probably wondering, Nicolina, why do you celebrate your birthday? To be honest, I celebrate my birthday because it's really a celebration of who I am. It's a day where I can really just reflect on all that I've done throughout my life and think about what's to come in the future. To the many lives I've impacted in a positive way, to all the help I could provide, and to everything I've given and received. It's a day I can take to realize that I can be who I am and celebrate the life I have. Which leads me to ask one thing. Is my birthday a heavenly one? Well, indeed it is. It sure is, in my mind, a heavenly birthday. Since I am a male-female mix, I don't tend to wear the typical foundation makeup that most females like to wear. Instead, I like to keep my natural look whenever I go out in public. But sometimes, I will do the occasional red lipstick and blue eyeshadow, if I do ever wear makeup. This is where face paint came into play. When I was really young, I would often see my sisters wear face paint with their Halloween looks. And oftentimes, I would find them creepy, but at the same time, they were very cool. And I felt they were very talented in doing so. So I thought, maybe I could try that and see how it goes. In 2013, on Halloween, that's when it all started. I started off with a simple eye tape makeup, kind of like the ones you would see on sports athletes, especially on football players and baseball players. And I thought it went pretty well. So the next year, I went for a half-face makeup, even though the face paint, only went up to the bottom of my eyes. And honestly, I had high hopes. And then there was one day that really set things off. That day being May the 3rd, 2016. It was the day of the Spring Spirit Day at my high school. And during one of the events at the pep rally, I saw one of my friends with their face fully painted in the school colors. And I felt, hey, that's really cool. I want to try that. But what really started that was that I had my face painted by one of the council members at the school. And I have to admit, it was really fun. For Halloween in 2016, I decided to go as a spirit student for my high school, in which of course I wore the school colors, but yet I completely painted my face. Half black, half red, with white stripes going across. And when people saw that, they instantly loved it. And even some people said that it kind of looked like Darth Maul from Star Wars. That I actually found quite hilarious. Because the color scheme, of course, makes sense. And I thought after that, should I keep going with this? And that's when I said to myself, I had to do it. There's no way I couldn't just let this be a one-off. So that's when, on the Spirit Day that came not that long after Halloween that year, I did it once again. I fully painted my face, but with a different design. With eye tape, and half of my face being black, along with sections of white and red on the other side of my face. And everybody recognized right away. After that, it became a trend that came with every school Spirit Day, where I would completely paint my face. And everyone would recognize me for it. Even though a couple more mentions of me looking like Darth Maul from Star Wars would come up. But still though, I acknowledge them. And that's when I knew that with some of my creative works, I had to include face paint in them. From my artwork to my comics, and everything in between in my creative works, face paint was everywhere. And there's even one look that has been symbolic with me since August of 2020. That being my angel face makeup. The design of it is quite simple. It's a skeletal type look, with blue cheek accents, blue around the eyes, blue lips, white foundation, a holy cross on my forehead, and what really sets this makeup apart is the 2 dots beside each of my eyes. The dots on my makeup are meant to represent my innocence, reminding myself that this isn't just a regular makeup of any type. This is meant to be like a humanoid type makeup. One that symbolizes hope. One that symbolizes trust. And one that represents beauty from within. My angel sisters also wear this makeup. And though they have different color variations of the look, they still symbolize this amazing makeup that I have created. Whenever I do wear face paint, it is a little hard on my face. But at the same time, it makes me feel like I'm a superhero straight from the comics, knowing that I am here to help someone. But at the same time, all of me still feels intact. Like, regardless of whether I'm wearing it or not, I still am the person I am. And people can see through that. Because even beneath the makeup, I still am true to who I am. As you all know, love takes on many forms. Like romantic love, friendly love, sibling love. Basically, any kind of love you could imagine. And like with everyone else, I have my own way of loving. but I share my love in ways that may be surprising to some of you. Now, where does love start for me? Love basically for me starts within me. Because I realized over the last couple of years of my life that how can you love others when you don't love yourself? And I'll be honest with you, I've had my times, where I've hated myself, like I felt like I had no purpose. But I knew deep within I had that power to love. So it had to have started within me. Things I will often do to show that I love myself include the following: making drawings and comics of me and my favorite video game characters, doing all sorts of fun activities, including sports, sleepovers, pulling off pranks. I would often go out for walks as well, sometimes very adventurous, especially around foresty terrain. I would also often treat myself, like very often, like when I was very young, I would treat myself like very often, like, well, like eating a little bit unhealthy, but over the last couple of years, I have changed up my diet a little bit, and by a little bit I mean quite a bit, so that I would eat more vegetables. I've been going for walks. That really helped my body as well. Man, it really showed that I was willing to make a change to show that I loved myself. Another thing that I would do to show that I loved myself was even cosplay as my favorite characters. Man, they were really fun times, and I do plan to do more cosplays in the future. I may even do a slideshow at one point at some of my cosplays. One more thing I will often do to show that I do love myself is to read positive quotes and quotes from the Bible. Hence why I'm called Lord Nicolina. And of course, if you haven't checked it out, I do leave Bible quotes at the end of every video, in the description below. I would often read Bible quotes and positive quotes to reassure myself that, hey, you've got this, Nicolina. You've got this. And they were often quotes, that I often associate with myself. Like quotes, on going with the flow, and just staying strong no matter the circumstances, and even realizing that deep down, happiness is there. There are many other things that I do to show that I love myself. But I'd rather not show them all because this would be an overly long video. But anyways, those were just a few of the many things that I do to love myself. Now, it's time we get on our way to show how I love other people. I will often do simple things around other people to show that I love them. A few things, to be exact. Unlike with the things I do to show that I care about myself, I'm not going to get into every single one. I'm just going to share a few. The first one being simple conversations. Like check-in conversations just to see how people are doing. And to me, I feel that's enough, to make a person want to smile. And make them understand that, hey, there's someone I can talk to. Maybe I'll talk to them again. It makes me smile just to see that. And even people have said, hey, even a simple conversation with me is enough to brighten up their day. Yeah, seriously, that really makes me happy. Another thing I would do is, and this is mainly for my family, is clean up around the house. Like, clean up the dishes, wipe down the kitchen counters, pick up any loose objects that are on the floor. I mean, it's pretty helpful. And oftentimes I would do that when people aren't looking. And you're probably wondering, why do I do that? I follow that through a quote on integrity. It's like, do things while other people aren't watching. It's called integrity. Yep, I sure do love doing things for people when they aren't looking. And even when people say, hey, you didn't need to do that, or you don't need to do this, I can take care of it. I just think to myself, I may do this anyway, just so this person doesn't have to deal with any stress. And that's what makes them even happier, in my view. And the last thing I would do, will do, is make drawings for people. Like, depending on the situation that they're in. Like, if it's a sports drawing, I think I want to make a sports drawing. If it's one, just cleaning up the house, I will make one of cleaning up the house, like, etc. Well, one example of a drawing that I made for someone was, of course, for one of the hosts of the topical podcast, Sam Smaretsky. I made a picture of him, for him, of my favorite video game characters in the school colors, my high school colors, since he played for my high school senior boys football team. And I thought, hey, this would be a nice gift for him. And boy, did Sam ever love it. When it comes to me loving others, I feel it's just as meaningful as loving myself. Especially when it comes to strong friendships and being around family. Now, when it comes to romantic love, that's something that's a little tricky to me. In real life, I don't plan on getting a lover. I'm just gonna be honest. Or at least, not yet. Because I do tend to do a lot of things by myself. And considering I am a very independent person, so romance in real life for me is going to have to wait. But when it comes to romance in roleplay, that is something I can definitely take on. However, it really depends on the person I roleplay with. In my view, it has to be someone that I've known for at least 1 to 2 months. It can't be just some random person off the street. It needs to be someone that I can generate my friendship with. And that was the case with my friend Kestrel, in which them and I have created 2 OC romances over the course of our friendship, which really signifies how much our friendship has grown. However, I'm not going to say which romances they are, due to privacy reasons. So in conclusion, those are the many ways that I love. But there is one big opinion that I do have that I would like to share with you all. That love should be done naturally. It should never be forced upon other people. When love is forced on someone, in my mind, it usually means that love is being taken for granted because people may not understand what the situation is at hand and may just act out of anger and fear. And like I explained in my speech, I think that we shouldn't love because there is a crisis going on. I feel that we should love no matter the circumstances. Love one another, forgive one another, and to really see what this world is really meaning to fight for. Love is genuine. Love is kind. Love is the one thing we all need in this world, no matter the circumstances. And I know it may be difficult right now, but eventually, I have no problem believing that when people take the path of love, life will be as positive as God says it to be. The first thing I'm going to talk about is my baptizing. I was officially baptized when I was around 1 year old by my great uncle George. I was baptized by him in one of my local churches, that being St. James Church. My sisters were also baptized by my Uncle George at the same church. However, since we were really young when we got baptized, we don't have much recollection of it. A few years after my baptizing, my older sister and I would often attend Sunday school, which is of course held during Sunday services. And my Uncle George was still doing Sunday services around the time my older sister and I were still going. And though I don't have much recollection of it, well, the experience itself, the one thing I do remember the most is the large recreation hall that was connected to the end of the church, and we would often have meals there. And I've got to admit, they were very fun. After a few years, things just started to change a bit, and my thoughts on religion changed quite a bit. I started to view religion as kind of evil in some way, beliefs-wise. In mid to late 2019, my thoughts on religion started to change positively a bit. I started watching videos on Instagram that were made by one of my high school friends, and she would often talk about how she takes care of herself, of her beliefs in God, and I thought, maybe religion isn't that bad after all. In April of 2020, that's when my thoughts on religion just changed for the better. Almost all positively. The reason? I was watching videos on YouTube called EAS scenarios, and you're probably wondering, what are those kinds of videos? They are basically videos in which the EAS, or Emergency Alert System, is used. And for those of you who don't know what the Emergency Alert System is, it's basically the National Alert System of the United States, much like the Alert Ready system in my home country of Canada. And you're probably wondering, Nicolina, how did those videos change your views on religion? Well, the answer is simple. In end-of-the-world type scenarios, biblical quotes will be played like at the end of the last alert. The first one I heard was from an EAS scenario called Malevolence by the Cat627, which I'll link in the description below in case you guys want to watch it. And it was actually religion related since it involved demons. And that's where I heard my first biblical quote. It was as follows. John 3:18. He that believes is not condemned, but he that does not believe is condemned already, because he has not believed in the name of the only Son of God. And I was surprised by that, because I was just like, what does religion have to do with this? And I thought, wait a minute. Maybe there's more. So I looked into it, and very well, almost every end of the world EAS scenario has a biblical quote at the end of the last alert. Some of the most common ones I've heard are Romans 6:23, which goes as follows. For the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. And another one being Thessalonians 5:23-24, which goes as follows. May God himself, the God of peace, sanctify you through and through. May your whole spirit, soul, and body be kept blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. He who calls you is faithful, and he will do it. What those say to me is that people are being reassured that peace will be on them eventually, and that they have nothing to worry about. It's like giving them a piece of motivation when things are down, especially in tumultuous times. That's when I considered, maybe I should get into religion. So on social media, I started sharing Bible quotes in the description of some of my posts. But what really made me get into religion is a little hint at the beginning of my name. That's right, you guessed it. Lord Nicolina. Whenever I think of the word Lord, I often think of a type of ruler, like the ones I see in the video games that I play. But when it comes to religion, the one person that people associate Lord with is Jesus Christ. And because of my title, it basically explains my identity. Like, you're probably wondering why I'm not a queen or a princess or anything like that. I feel Lord is more suitable for me, since it is religion-based, in my view. And since I begun religion, it really has made a positive impact on my life. You're making me realize that peace needs to be upon this world. But I know I keep mentioning that, but I feel that's my purpose. With that being said, there is one more thing I would like to share with you, and that will be some of my favorite quotes from the Bible. The first quote I would like to share with you is one that I discovered back in October of 2020 while I was making my Halloween comics. And it is Psalm 94:19. It goes as follows. In the multitude of my thoughts, thy comforts delight me. That quote says to me that even in the darkest of moments, even with dealing with stress and anxiety, the things that I love to do are still right there in front of me. And I have to admit, it was quite the coincidence considering I was making comics around the time. And That was really good, I have to say. The second quote I would like to share with you is Romans 14:8. And it's a quote I actually discovered almost a year ago now. Anyways, that quote goes as follows. For if we live to the Lord. If we die to the Lord. So whether we live or whether we die, we are the Lord's. That quote says to me that God and Jesus are with us no matter what, in life and in death. Those two quotes are among quite a few of my favorite Bible quotes. However, there is one that stands out among the rest to me. That being 2 Timothy 1:7. That quote goes as follows. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. That quote, I feel, really suits me, because I am one that likes to be aware of situations, but at the same time, keep on being the loving person that I am, regardless of the circumstances, and not let fear get the best of me. Though I still read motivational quotes like almost every day, I include biblical quotes as well, because I feel they provide just as much strength as motivational quotes. And in case you didn't know, in the descriptions of most of my videos, I often leave biblical quotes. And chances are, there is going to be one in the description of this one. So if you get a chance to, feel free to read some of the descriptions of my previous videos. You'll be surprised at what quotes I've included. Now, for my overall feelings on God Himself. God, I feel, is really good. And I say this with a heart of confidence. That He can bring love and peace wherever He goes. And He may not be real physically, but mentally and spiritually He is. And that He is a true blessing to this entire world. 'Cause in God, I trust. The first funny moment I would like to share with you is honestly one that makes me laugh almost every time. It happened back in January of 2014, when I was on a trip to Niagara Falls with my dad and two sisters. And it was when we got back to our hotel that we were staying in after we had dinner at a nearby restaurant. As we settled into our hotel room to watch Ace Ventura: Pet Detective, my sisters noticed a strange smell coming from my bed. And they were wondering, Nicolina, is that you? And they're probably wondering what... And I was confused at first, because... yeah, I had no idea what they were talking about. And then it came to them. I was farting like bananas. And I gotta tell you, the smell was so bad it almost stunk up the entire room. And my dad and two sisters, they were just laughing so much. Like when they were laughing, I mean, they were just laughing out loud so hard. I couldn't help but find it contagious and laugh along with them. Let me tell you, And you're probably wondering, what did I have that night for dinner? To be exact, I had a burger with a slice of cheese. That was it. But I didn't know it was gonna stink up a storm when we got back to the hotel room. Oh man. I still remember that like it was yesterday. The second funny moment I would like to share with you is another one that involves a trip with my dad and my sisters. And it happened 4 years after my farting spree. But it was in a different location. We took a trip to Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic in August of 2018. To be exact, around the midpoint. And within the first couple of days of us getting there, I broke several pairs of sunglasses. And you're probably wondering, Nicolina, how could you break that many pairs? Yeah, are you strong or something? And I'm like, I don't know. But it got to the point where my dad and my sisters were questioning me about that. And they were like, Nicolina, how on earth could you break so many pairs in such a short amount of time? Well, I have to tell you, I came up with some pretty weird theories as to why they broke. You're probably going to want to hear them. The first theory I had was due to the intense heat. At one point, of course, that would definitely make sense, because many of the Caribbean islands tend to have hot temperatures, mainly around 30 degrees Celsius or so. And they're probably wondering, how? You need to have proof! And then I came up with another theory that said maybe it was the residue from the sunscreen I was wearing on my face. And they also thought it was complete bogus. But in my mind, it kind of makes sense, because some residue can build up as moisture, like on the rubber that's in between, like the middle part of your sunglasses. But my dad and my sisters, they didn't believe me. And honestly, I couldn't blame them. But yet it's... It's still funny every time I think about it. The weird theories I came up with. And even now, just as I was planning this episode, I had a third theory in mind. It might have been the way I was putting on my sunglasses. And to my sisters and my dad, I am so sorry you had to hear that. But I'm so sorry for any laughing fits that come out of this. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. But in my mind, all three of those theories are quite plausible. But at the same time, I don't think my family would believe that at all. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. But I don't care if my laughing fit gets left in. But I swear to God, guys, that is legit comedy gold right there. Oh my dear God. Okay, anyways, but still, it's definitely a funny moment that will go down in the history books. Oh my god. Anyways, I do have one more funny moment I would really like to share with you. And this moment happened in mid-2021 when I was hanging out with my step-cousin. And I'm gonna be honest with you, be prepared for hilarity. So my step-cousin and I, we were watching the Wario courtroom sketch from Saturday Night Live. And I'm gonna be honest with you, my step-cousin and I laughed our butts off. I mean, we just could not stop laughing. Because of how funny the acting was. I don't think I'm gonna get through this without laughing. Okay. So everything about that sketch was just hilarious. Yeah, but the part that got me the most was Peach's Italian accent. And I was thinking, Peach isn't even Italian! Mario and Luigi were Italian! I just lost it at that part. I couldn't even hold it. I couldn't even hold myself. Oh my god. I'm literally gonna cry from laughter during this. I'm literally gonna cry from laughter. I swear to god. And after my step-cousin and I watched the video, we were almost out of breath. It was so hilarious. I swear, we couldn't stop thinking about it for like a couple hours. Even while we were eating our dinner. It's just too funny. I swear to God. Oh boy. And for those of you who are wondering, and for those of you who didn't like it, I swear, I don't care. I don't care if it was bad. It was freaking hilarious. So hilarious that it almost felt like falling to the floor and rolling around. I swear to you. I swear. It was honestly the funniest video I ever watched. Unforgettable. And you're probably wondering, was I at hilarious heights with this? You bet I was. Now, where did it all start, you may ask? It started back in late 2013, when I realized that I had a mostly female-influenced lifestyle. And by that I mean, in my younger days, my dad was often out at work. So most of the time, I was living with my mom and two sisters. In addition, most of my teachers from school, as well as the helpers for my autism, were also female. Yeah, I have very little male figures. The only male figure I really had in my life, in my early days, was my dad. And of course, he wasn't around as often, so I didn't really get to learn much from him in my early days. But then, in late 2013, well, actually around the midpoint of 2013, I started drawing female characters from video games and movies. And many people were confused. It's like, what? Like, can't you draw like something else? Maybe a male character? And I thought, well, I mainly thought to myself, I think this is really what I want to do. Just draw female characters and occasionally to draw the male characters as well. And it really carried on. And throughout the next few years of my life. Around early 2016, this is when things really started to develop. I started drawing a Super Mario character by the name of Rosalina. And by the way, she is my favorite Super Mario character for all your Super Mario fans watching. And I thought, she's really good. And maybe I could create maybe a name based around her. And in 2017, that's when the name Nicolina first came up. And I wondered at first, huh? That kind of sounds like a ship type of name. And by ship, I mean like relationship. I just thought to myself, why would I do that? I'm not into like romantic type relationships. So I pushed that name aside for a few years afterwards. And then came St. Patrick's Day 2020. This was around the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. When I thought to myself, maybe I could mash myself and Rosalina together to make one unique character. And that's when it came to me. I got to work and drew my mashup of myself and Rosalina, with me wearing a t-shirt and having my personal logo within the character's hair. And that's when Nicolina, the name, came back to me. And I was like, yes, this is the name I want to go for with this character. And that's how it stuck. I could never imagine drawing myself as a princess before. I was just happy, with drawing other princesses, to be more specific, the Mario princesses. But when I first drew myself as a princess, I felt like, this could work out for me. But as time progressed, I thought to myself, maybe a princess isn't the best title for me. Since, as you know, I am a male-female mix. So that's how I came up with the title Lord Nicolina, as opposed to Princess Nicolina. I also mentioned that in episode 8 of the series. I'll pop a link on the screen up there just in case if you want to check that out. Yeah, but anyways, it was still a surreal experience, knowing that I drew myself as a female character. Oh, someone's at the door. Hang on, guys, let me go get it. Oh, hello, Nicholas. Why, hello there, Nicolina. Is it okay if I say a few words for your podcast? Of course, you may go right ahead. Thank you so much. Hello everyone. You might be wondering, is this Nicolina or Nicholas? Well, as a matter of fact, you're actually getting the same person, though I am Nicholas for that matter. Now you're wondering, how are Nicolina and I the same person? Well, I'm here to tell you that. Well, it's because that over time, while I was creating Nicolina, I realized that him and I have similar personalities. Though of course Nicolina's is slightly altered to be different than mine. But regardless, we share the same feelings, the same beliefs, and the same passion for what we have. And I'm honestly thankful that I could share Nicolina with you guys. Yeah, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Okay, Nicolina, I've said my piece. I'm gonna get on my way now. Okay, see you later, Nicholas. What did you think of that, guys? I think it was quite nice for Nicholas to drop by to recognize my creation. But anyways, moving forward, the last thing I want to cover for this episode is how I want to take myself to the next level. To put it more in words, I want to avoid the cliches as much as I can. And you're probably wondering, what do I mean by that? It's like doing things differently than other people would think. Like not just being your average OC, or persona for that matter, but more or less being an OC that can make a difference on this world. Being an OC that can take things to new heights, if you know what I mean. And most importantly, being an OC that not everybody expected or wanted, but needed. My mom believes that I can take myself to the next level. My friends believe that I can take myself to the next level. But right now, I am happy where I am. But I'm just looking ahead right now, and at the moment at hand. Because I know one day for sure that I will be as prominent as ever, bringing love and joy to those who need it. Because I am risen. The story begins around a couple of years before I actually began high school. Around that time, I was given an opportunity to go to another school, that being St. John's College, which is not that far from PDHS. And also, my uncle taught there. However, since PDHS was a lot closer to where I lived, I immediately declined. I also declined because it was a Catholic school, and around that time, I didn't believe as much in God as I do today. Now, flash forwarding a few months before I began high school. I was still in the midst of my final year of elementary school when I was given a chance to experience PDHS itself with another student. To be exact, I was this student's shadow. Or more or less, just walking around with him. So anyways, well, the day was perfectly simple. I walked along with this student to experience his classes, and even got to have a special lunch with him. Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, it was a very good experience. And I felt I'm definitely ready for this. My parents had their doubts, however, considering that the final couple of years of my elementary school life were not as good. They were worried that this might carry over to high school. But I didn't think too much of it. And then, on September the 8th, 2015, my high school life officially began at PDHS. At first, I was a tiny bit nervous, since this was a new start for me. And of course, high school is a lot different than elementary school. Well, my elementary school day was from 8:45 in the morning to 3:05 in the afternoon. My high school day was 9 to 3, basically 20 minutes less than at elementary school. But almost immediately, I became used to the new atmosphere. Then, about a month in, or just over a month in, this is where things started to take off. I was eating lunch in the cafeteria when I was approached by my hockey teacher, Mr. Crosby. And no, it's not Sidney Crosby, the NHL superstar. It was a different Mr. Crosby. Just so you know. But anyways, so he came up to me during lunch and he asked me if I wanted to be part of the boys' hockey team, like help out with them. And since I loved the hockey program that I was enrolled in that semester around the time, I just couldn't say no to that. So I said yes, and little did I know, that decision was going to change my whole high school experience forever. At first, I started off as an equipment manager, mainly taking care of any parts that players may need for their helmets or their sticks. I did actually mention that in episode 4 of the series. I'll pop a link on the screen there, just in case if you wanted to check that out. Yeah, but anyways, during that stretch, Mr. Crosby actually invited me to say a few things to the boys after every practice. And without hesitation, I did so. And that's what became a common practice during practices and games. This is where the boys' hockey teams realized that I was a big part of the team. That came to me as a total surprise, because a lot of these guys on the boys' hockey team were in either grades 11, 12, or during a victory lap year of high school. And I'm like, how can a grade 9 influence guys these old? But hey, anybody can influence anyone, if you know what I mean. Now moving on, about a month after I officially joined the boys' hockey team, we played in a tournament called the Grand Erie Cup, which of course PDHS won, and I was there. And afterwards, after the title game, the boys team gave me the game puck. If you guys are wondering what is a game puck, well, game puck is something what hockey teams do to recognize their best player of the game. And they recognized me as their MVP of that game, even though I wasn't an actual player. And things just only went up from there. The peak of this came on February 16th, 2016, when the PDHS boys hockey team defeated rival Brantford Collegiate Institute, aka BCI, in the county championship 4-1. It was the first county boys hockey championship for PDHS. And afterwards, without hesitation, the boys team sent me up with their team captain to accept the championship trophy. And I was actually the first to hoist it. And I felt like, did I seriously just do this? Oh my god. And afterwards, when we were in the dressing room, I said to the boys hockey team, "What a game, boys. What a game. Let's continue this to regionals." The team did indeed continue their winning ways into regionals. However, we did fall short of making provincials. We ended up losing in the final 5-2. But in all seriousness, I wasn't disappointed. I felt the team played very well. But to come up just one win short, it is agonizing, and even in my first year, I feel that making the finals at regionals was mission accomplished. And at that point, I realized that the hockey teams were my peak point in starting my school spirit. Now, before I get on to my school spirit part, I would like to continue my story with the hockey teams. I did come back to the boys hockey team in my second year of high school. However, I was slightly impatient. Well, it wasn't because of the way they were playing. It was just more or less their discipline that I was worried about. During my time with the boys hockey team, sometimes I would get quite overwhelmed and would have to leave the bench to take breaks to try and cope with what was going on. Oftentimes I was okay in the end, but other times I didn't feel like I could go back on the bench. And that's when regionals of my second year hit. And that's when I felt, I don't know if I can do this anymore. After the boys hockey team got eliminated in round robin of regionals, I told them after their last game that I was going to be leaving the team. And I'm going to be honest, it was quite tough. But at the same time, I felt something needed to change. And it needed to happen, like, ASAP. And after I walked out of that locker room, I felt like I was done with hockey at PDHS. Like, I was through with it. On the car ride back, however, my mom thought of something else. Something she thought would make me feel a lot better. That being to stay within hockey at PDHS, but switch to the girls' team. And I was wondering, like, why? And she told me that boys are less disciplined than girls are. And I felt like, maybe that could work out. So that's when I made the official move to the girls' hockey team. And just like with the boys' hockey team, the girls' hockey team welcomed me with open arms. And some of the players I knew on that team were actually from the hockey class that I took back in grade 9, and a couple from my elementary school days. Could you believe that? And just like what Mom told me on the car ride back from the regionals the previous year, this team was a lot more disciplined. And like with the boys' hockey team, I gave the girls' hockey team motivational speeches before, during, and after every practice and game. And boy, they were quite a winning bunch. In my first year with the girls' hockey team, we made it to the county final against none other than BCI, who they actually lost to for 2 consecutive years. But did they beat them this time? Sadly, that wasn't meant to be. It was a 2-0 loss for Paris. I was pretty upset after the game, but I did cool down afterwards. Because I know how much it would have meant to the team if they would have won. But I didn't give up hope. Regionals was next up, and it was a good one. The girls' hockey team finished second in their group, which meant they were going to the playoff round. However, they did end up losing in the semifinal 3-1, and they played one heck of a game. Unbelievable. And afterwards, I got a picture with them. Because I felt, this is such a memorable moment. I cannot let it go to waste. Yeah, I just felt like this really is the beginning of a new era for me. This is where it's really gonna peak. I even made a drawing for the team, which they all signed. They all signed it. And that was something else that I would do the following year. Even though we didn't do that well then the following year. But still though, it was pretty fun, to be part of a team that was competitive, yet wanted to have fun at the same time. My overall time with both hockey teams has overall been amazing. One takeaway I would like to mention from my experience with the hockey teams is just being there and being an autistic person coaching a hockey team, being an assistant coach to high school hockey teams. Can you believe that? And I bet you none of those players ever had, an autistic person on the bench being their coach. And I am sure it was a great influence on their lives, as much as they have influenced my life. The hockey teams were the big point of my high school experience. And you're probably wondering, was I part of another team besides the hockey teams? As a matter of fact, I was. In my first year, I was a part of the boys' soccer team. Well, basically doing the same things I did with the boys' hockey team. And why was I on there? Well, because the assistant coach, one of the assistant coaches on the boys' hockey team was the head coach of the boys' soccer team, and he wanted to bring me on. And without hesitation, I accepted. And though that experience wasn't quite as prominent as my time with the hockey teams, it still was fun. Heck, even some of the boys' hockey team members were part of the boys' soccer team. Yep, and like I said, it wasn't as big of an experience as with the hockey teams, but it was still pretty memorable, to say the least. Now you're probably wondering, how well did I do academically? To put it simply, I did very well. So well, in fact, that I managed to get on honor roll every single year that I was at high school. Yes, you heard that right. Every single year, I was on honor roll. And you're probably wondering, how did I do that? Well, it was pretty simple. The average grade, where I live, in order to get on honor roll in all of your classes combined, is 80%. Yes, 80% average in all of your classes combined. If you get that, you make it to the honor roll. I won't share with you my actual grades for privacy reasons, but I will share with you the range I got them within. So, starting with grade 9, I was in the low 80s. In grade 10, I was also in the low 80s. In grade 11, I was in the low 90s. And in grade 12, I was in the mid 80s. And you're probably wondering, how did I do that? Well, there's different levels of classes where I live. There's academic, applied, and workplace. Yeah, to be exact, academic is it's like the top class. Like, you're memorizing everything, and you're just super smart. The range I was in, applied, teaches things a lot more carefully and in a lot more detail. And that's where most of my classes were. So that's why my marks were so freakishly high. And in grades 11 and 12, where I got more of my higher marks during my high school experience, I actually got some awards for them. And yes, it's true, you can get awards for having the highest mark in any class. And to be exact, in grade 11, I had the highest mark in 3 of my 8 classes. Yes, you heard that right. 3 of my 8 classes, I had the highest marks in grade 11. And in grade 12, I only had 2 classes where I had the highest mark in. Yeah, but I still got awards for them. And I'm gonna be honest with you, they were pretty awesome, to say the least. Let's get back into my involvement within the school for a minute. Along with the sports teams that I joined, I also joined a couple clubs during my time at high school. Those being Athletic Council, which runs like all the athletics events, including pep rallies, Student Council, of course the big one, and I was also part of a club called AV Club, which was a media club. Yep, all three of those clubs were pretty cool. And even though in some clubs I didn't stay for pretty long, I, at the same time I felt, I wonder what could be going on within the school. Well, so that's basically why I joined. Within my further involvement in the school also came some of my favorite memories, a couple of which I would like to share with you. The first memory I would like to share with you comes with Athletics Club, which happened back in November of 2016. On that day, we went to a place called Sky Zone, and you're probably wondering, what is Sky Zone? Well, Sky Zone is a trampoline complex. And I thought, a trampolining complex? My goodness. Yeah, considering, I used to bounce a lot on the trampoline back at my old place, I figured, hey, this would be a nice throwback. Well, at least now that I think of it. And I honestly had a fun time there. Yeah, let me be honest with you. And also on that day, if I'm correct, we also went laser tagging. And I've heard of the game beforehand, but never experienced what it was actually like. And though I wasn't the best at it, let me be honest with you, it was still pretty fun as well. The second favorite memory that I want to share with you is volunteering for volleyball tournaments. To be exact, volleyball tournaments at the high school. And what do I mean by that? Well, to be exact, they needed side judges, or side officials if you know what I mean, to call whether the ball was in or out on close plays. And I volunteered to do so. And let me be honest with you, it was actually a pretty easy job. In my view at least, but there were a couple close calls. But of course, almost all the time I got them right. Other notable memories that I've had at high school were going on a trip to see an orchestra in grade 9, volunteering for Dodgeball for Heart in grades 9 and 10, volunteering for Relay for Life in grade 12, attending the staff versus student hockey game in my victory lap year, and also in my victory lap year, attending Hoops for Heart. I'm not going to get into too much detail about those events, but they are some of my favorite memories from high school that I bring up. And now, it's time for one of the biggest parts about my high school experience. It's about how I looked on school spirit days. For the first 2 spirit days of grade 9, I just simply wore the school colors and didn't think too much of it. And I thought it was simple enough. Then, on the 3rd and final spirit day of my grade 9 year, that's when everything changed. A couple of my fellow high schoolers came up to me and asked if I wanted my face painted. And of course, I couldn't turn down the offer, so I said yes. Yeah, and what they did was they just put a little cat nose on my actual nose, and 2 cat-like whiskers in the school colors. And when the pep rally begun, this is where inspiration really hit me. But keep in mind, there will be spoilers from episode 6 here. I'll pop a link on the screen here, just in case if you want to check that out. But anyways, when it was time for the pep rally on that particular Spirit Day, I saw one of my friends have their face completely painted. Like it was all red, since red is one of PDHS's colors. And I thought to myself, she looks really good. Maybe I could try that out one day. And that is exactly what happened. On Halloween 2016, I dressed up as a PDHS spirit student. I dressed up in the school colors, but more importantly, for the first time, my face was completely painted in the school colors. At first, I did only get a few comments. Yeah, but they were enough to make me smile. But little did PDHS know, this was going to be a trend of mine for Spirit Days to come. And the first official Spirit Day that I officially donned the full makeup was on the second Spirit Day of the school year. At the pep rally that day, Athletics Council organized an activity for it, which was a fashion show. And I thought right away, I need to participate in this. So without a doubt, this was the perfect way to show my completely painted face for the first time in true PDHS form. And without a doubt, mostly everyone loved it, especially the Athletics Council members. Oh man, you should have seen the smiles on their faces. And even the signs they held up, like 10 out of 10, absolutely perfect, and even like 1000 out of 10. Like, is my face paint really that good? And of course, once that fashion show was done and over with, I without a doubt was the clear winner. I mean, was there any doubt? No doubt at all. From that day onwards, it was a trend I continued every Spirit Day. I would completely paint my face in the school colors, wear the school colors, and everybody knew almost instantly that it was me doing that. A couple notable instances of me doing this were back in my victory lap year. Those being at the 2 official Spirit Days at the school that year. Well, the first one where the vice principal pointed me out and said, "Is there anyone better to do this?" And I felt on the inside, well, is there anyone else that could do this better than me? I honestly didn't think so. At the second school Spirit Day of my victory lap year, well, more particularly at the pep rally, there is a special guest. His name is QMac. And you're probably wondering, who is QMac? Well, QMac is an NBA halftime performer. And he actually called me out in a good way. He basically said, "Where's that all-star Nicolina?" And more or less, I did not hesitate to come on up. And I actually spun a basketball on a pen. Well, with QMac's help, of course. And it felt like I'm really a true all-star, even though I've felt that way for a couple of years. Yeah, but still though, it was a pretty fun experience. And I even got to go home with my own football jersey. This is sadly not a basketball one, but they did have a football one available. Still though, it was one of the greatest Spirit Day moments of my life. But what was I like around the school, you may ask? I'll be honest with you, I was just me. Well, just being kind to everyone I meet. Well, so some of the things I did pretty often were I was often the first student into class whenever it was close to class time, and often teachers would be surprised, thinking like, "Oh, Nicolina, you're early." Yep, and let me be honest with you, I like to be very punctual, if you know what I mean. Yep. So sometimes, it's better to be really early than to be really late. Because, you want to be extra prepared. And that's what made me popular, among my teachers. Well, along, of course, with my school spirit stuff. Yeah, but just overall, my kind nature is what brought this all to what it is. Me wanting to represent a school with so much pride and so much strength and so much love that it would be impossible, to not know who I was. At restaurants, public gatherings, I felt there wasn't a single person who didn't know who I was. It even went as far as the graduates applauding me when my name was first called at the graduation ceremony for the PDHS class of 2019. And the crowd joined in as my awards were passed out, including 2 for my optimism and school spirit. Within that moment, I found something amazing. I felt that I've influenced so many people. And I felt that I've influenced such an amazing school like PDHS. And I honestly feel it was a touching thing to cap off such an amazing journey at an amazing school. Mr. Crosby said, "There needs to be more of you, Nicolina." And one of my old teachers, Mr. Burrow, said that I was the epitome of PDHS spirit. That really says to me that I am truly a shining light for this school. And knowing that I can be a heart of a school. Wow, it's so beautiful out today. I'm so happy I decided to go out for this walk. I honestly can't get enough of the scenery here. And the river is just flowing in all its beauty. Huh? What was that? It must have come from the bridge. collapsed! Oh my god! Oh no. There's a train coming. I'm not sure if it'll be able to stop in time. Oh no. Everyone, get back! Ah! Oh my god. It was only a dream. Oh my god. But why was that so familiar? The first dream I would like to talk about is one that honestly scares me. And it's a topic that I've familiarized myself with. And that is me being in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. In that dream, I start off in a plaza in my hometown with a grocery store. And around that time, I got news that a new virus was spreading around. And then I got curious, so I started flying around the town. And I realized the virus that was spreading around turned its victims into zombies. And within the plaza I started in, and there were lots of zombies. But around my mother's place, there were hardly any at all. When I returned to the plaza, all the zombies that were there went after me. However, they could not catch me, as I repeatedly dodged them. I then start to fly away from the plaza, thinking I was safe. However, 2 zombies grabbed onto me. 2. I mean, could you imagine that? That you think you're safe, and then 1 or more of these creatures grab onto you. And within that moment, one of the zombies bit my left shoulder, and the other bit the bottom of my back near my thigh. And they dragged me down to this pole that was just sitting there, and I just flew like straight into it. It pierced through my body and pierced my head off. And you knew right then and there I was a goner. I mean, I honestly am terrified of that. Yeah, I'm legit scared, guys. And then, to my complete surprise, I respawned in the dream. I mean, could you believe it? I respawned in the same dream. And right where I started. Well, considering I am an angel, that would definitely be the case. But anyways, in the time that I respawned, I flew to my mom's place. and we sheltered there. I helped her barricade the house with boards and furniture, and then her and I headed down to the basement. And then the dream ends right there. So it is unknown if my mom and I actually survived in that dream. But whatever the case, this was honestly one of the more terrifying dreams that I've had. Because, I am into horror and zombies too. But I could never imagine myself being in a situation like that. Not even in a dream. But yet, at the same time, have a second chance to survive. I mean, that is unbelievable. The second dream I would like to share with you is one that happened just over a month after my zombie apocalypse dream. That being a dream about a demon-like entity appearing in my eyes. This dream starts off with a tornado-like thunderstorm striking the area where my mom lives. My stepbrother and I were occupying the house at the time, and him and I rushed to the basement, while I gathered supplies to last us through the storm. Within this, however, an entity with a white face and purple and black details appears in my eyes, like as a hallucination. And I just black out like almost instantly. Fearing that this entity would appear in my eyes again, I started wearing my glasses in order to try and block it out. However, when a storm similar to the first one happened, the entity appeared in my eyes again. Like, it didn't matter if I was wearing glasses over my eyes or not. It still appeared in my eyes. And once again, I blacked out. After those two storms passed, everyone became suspicious of my family, thinking that they were doing this on purpose to try and scare me. And my family denied any of this. However, the authorities thought otherwise, and they arrested/evicted my family from the place, while I was allowed to stay with my stepbrother. I was honestly heartbroken in that moment, as I watched my mom pack up her things and leave the house. And then, this is where the dream gets rather interesting. A little human-like figure, similar to an elf, which can shrink itself, is running around the basement area, and I chase it around. And I was saying like, "Hey, get back here! You're not gonna get away with this!" And then I realized he was the one responsible for releasing this supposed demon into my eyes when a tornado-like storm happens. And I'm gonna be honest with you, that dream I felt was just as scary and strange as the last one. Because, oh man, it's honestly unimaginable to me to think that my family would intentionally do this to me, which I know that they wouldn't. But a little guy, a little elf-like creature, could do this to me. Like, what the heck? The last dream I want to share with you is one that I hold dearly to my heart. And the dream that I remember the most out of any of the dreams that I've had over the course of my life. I had this dream when I was around 7 years old. That being of a train crash, but not just any train crash, a train crash into water. This dream takes place in a bay-like area, similar to the ones you would see on the Atlantic coast of Canada, or any like seaboard side of any country. In this bay area, there is a beach that people were swimming around on, just having fun. And right beside it was a railroad. But however, a section of railroad was dangerously dangling off an edge. And without warning, a freight train just comes speeding towards it and just plunges into the water. And you're probably wondering, where was I in this dream? Well, I was standing on a hillside near this beach, looking into a camera, when the train plunged into the water. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I was honestly scared to death by what I saw in that dream. Because there were people actually swimming around that area of the railroad tracks, and I thought they were going to be crushed. I was so scared by that dream that after I woke up from it, I ran to my parents immediately and told them about it. Like, I was that scared. Because around the time, I was really young. And something like that, really traumatizes a child. Like, could you imagine being in my 7-year-old self's shoes in that dream, witnessing that train plunge into the water? And I'll be honest with you, this dream has really stuck with me throughout most of my life. And what makes this dream even more significant today is that I've actually researched 2 train accidents where it involved a train diving off a bridge into a waterbed. Those 2 accidents being the Tangiwee Bridge disaster in 1953 and the Big Bayou accident in 1993. I can't honestly imagine an accident like that happening again. But of course, I pay my respects to the victims of those accidents. But let me tell you something, guys. That dream has had a big impact on me, and I bet you can see why. Now that I've talked about these 3 dreams, you're probably wondering, what dream do I find the strangest out of all of them? And let me be honest with you, all of them are strange in their own way. Like the zombie apocalypse dream, where I was able to respawn after being killed by zombies. The demon in my eyes dream, where an entity can appear in my eyes during a tornado-like thunderstorm. And even, of course, the train crash dream, where a train dives into, or plunges rather, into water. which doesn't happen that often in real life. And now I've got a question for you guys. What is the strangest dream you've ever had? Please let me know in the comments below. 'Cause we all have them, and while they may scare us, they are all strange dreams. First, let's talk about the intros to my videos. What I say in some of the intros to my videos, including this one, are inspired by a YouTuber called Historic Travels. For those of you who don't know what Historic Travels is, it's a YouTube channel that covers famous ship sinkings, and in most cases, the RMS Titanic sinking. And the way the host of the channel does his intros is so calm and meaningful to me, knowing that he appreciates the support on the channel, and knowing that when people watch his videos, they're in for a treat. Thinking about it, the Historic Travels YouTube channel host being thankful for any support on his channel kind of reminds me of myself, and thinking of the support I get from my channel. It's like no matter how big or small the support is, it's enough to give a big boost to the channel. I mean, think about it, guys. No matter what, I'm always grateful for any support. And to the host of the Historic Travels YouTube channel, if you're watching this, I give you a massive shout out, and keep up the great work. Now let's get to the outro segments. Now, in the outros of my angelrise videos, and some of my other videos like my motivational speeches, there are many references to other YouTube channels and popular culture as well. So let's get into them. The first thing in my outros that I want to bring up is the line, "Be strong, stay positive, and God bless." That line is inspired by the outro made by Coyote Peterson, who is the host of a YouTube channel called Brave Wilderness. For those of you who don't know what that channel is, it's basically a channel that covers wildlife. From fish, to forest animals, to arachnids, and even reptiles, more specifically, snakes. Before I recorded this episode, there was something I realized between the two lines. They both have the same meaning in my view. It's because the "be brave" line is kind of like, similar to the "be strong" line. Meaning that you can have all the strength to do whatever comes to your mind. And even when you're scared, it makes you think, maybe I can do this. As for the phrases, "stay wild" and "stay positive," they say to me, be adventurous. Do whatever your heart says for you to do. And let nothing stop you from unleashing the beauty that's within you. And I'll be honest with you guys. What I say in that outro, I honestly, it feels reminiscent of who I am. Next up is the line, "Have a good day or night whenever you are watching this." This line is inspired by the outro of FNAF YouTuber SylvesterBot95, in which he says, "Have a good day or night," to end his videos. And what makes this line so special to me is that many YouTubers say, well, have a good day today, or have a good night. And that makes me feel, isn't it like a specific time of day where people are watching videos? And that's what I took into mind when I thought of this line. And that's how I came up with it. Because it doesn't matter when you're watching the video, all that matters is that you watch it at whatever time suits you best. Next up is the line, subscribe to join the Blue and White Angel Brethren today. That is a reference to another YouTuber that I watched a very long time ago. His name is Dan TDM. And his way of saying it was, please subscribe today to join Team TDM today. And honestly, that line is definitely one of the more bigger inspirations for my outros. It really makes it stand out among the rest. Like knowing that you're joining a specific channel. And this channel, has its specific name. That's what makes this line so special to me. But to know that, of course, Dan TDM has Team TDM, and I, of course, have you guys, the Blue and White Angel Brethren. And now, the outro segment that basically wraps up the entire video. And that being the melody that I sing. The melody I sing after every video since episode 3 of Angel Rise is inspired by 3 things. Instrumental verses in music, the Scandinavian herding call, Kolning, and the biggest one of them all, the secret siren call from the Disney movie Frozen 2. When I first heard of the secret siren call in Frozen 2, I didn't think too much of it. However, as time went on, and I started to develop, I felt like, maybe I could use something like a call to action, like I stated earlier. And that's, of course, where this melody comes in. And whenever I hear instrumental verses of songs, I oftentimes sing my melody, aka my call, along with it. It really gets me hyped up, like knowing that I can do this. And as for its inclusion in the outro of every single video, I feel like it's the perfect way to wrap up the video. To know that someone's gonna be there for you. Knowing that I'm gonna be there for you. And knowing that no matter what, my videos will be just as entertaining as the melody I sing. When it comes to the things I say in the intros and outros of my videos, more specifically the Angel Rise ones, it makes me realize that I've learned a lot from the YouTubers that I watched. And I can put what they say into my own words. Which leads to the question, am I truly an inspired angel? To me, I think so. The first fear I'm going to talk about is one I had when I was very young. That being afraid of thunderstorms, or big-time storms in general. There are two reasons why I was scared of thunderstorms and big-time storms in general when I was younger. The first reason being of the harm those storms could cause me. And especially with tornadoes, because depending on their strength, there could be like massive destruction to even like big-time injuries. Well, as for hurricanes, of course the area where I live is not prone to hurricanes, but of course the area I live in is kind of more prone to tornadoes. Yeah, but still, the thought of being in a storm like that honestly scares me. And to think, if I don't take the proper precautions, yeah, there is a good chance I could get seriously hurt or even killed. The second reason why I'm scared of storms like these is because of the lightning produced. Now, where I live, I'm not sure if any of you guys could get this too, but most of the time with thunderstorms in my area, they produce heat lightning. And it's kind of like a bright flash, like something you would see on a TV screen or a flashlight. And the way I see it, I feel the lightning is actually striking my heart. But because whenever I see heat lightning, I feel my heart just stops for a moment. And then of course I'm fine afterwards. It's kind of like a jump scare. As time has progressed, however, and I've gotten older, I've become less afraid of thunderstorms and more mesmerized by them. Especially the big-time storms like tornadoes and hurricanes. And honestly, they're pretty cool to look at, but at the same time, I know the dangers within. The second fear I would like to talk about is another fear I had around the time I had the fear of thunderstorms and big-time storms. That being the fear of being alone and unloved. This fear was more prominent during my grade 7 and grade 8 years of school, where oftentimes I would often sit on the wall and just crouch and put my head down, thinking that no one wants to be around me, or I just don't know if I can participate in what they're doing. And I'll be honest with you guys, this really had to do with me actually being afraid to ask people if I wanted to join them. And sometimes I would get rejected, and oftentimes I wouldn't get that upset. And sometimes I even think to this day that I faked it. But really, now that I think of it, I didn't. I was just basically afraid that if I asked that I was going to be rejected. As I got older, however, my fear of being alone mostly dissipated. And I knew right away I could do a lot of things on my own, like cook for myself, feed the pets, clean up the house, and even be in the house by myself when no one else is around. That gave me a great sense of confidence. However, the fear of me being unloved was still present. And it still is to this day, though it's not as bad as before. I oftentimes think that maybe I should get more love than I really deserve. But at the same time, I'm happy with the love that I got. Especially from you guys on the videos you watch, here on this channel. The third fear I would like to talk about is one I've had since I was 15, and has become more prominent since I was 17, that being the fear of hurting someone. For me, this fear comes from both a mental and physical perspective. Mentally, I often hear words that are quite offensive to say the least, and I fear that I'm gonna say them and hurt someone, and I just hold back whenever I think of them because I know how this person may feel if I say this word to them, and I don't want to hurt their feelings because my mind feels like it's trying to hardwire me into saying those kinds of words, and I avoid them the best I can. Yeah, but the good thing is I've never hurt anyone, nor have I said any of those words to anyone with any words that are offensive. And I'll be honest, it scares me to think about what would happen to this person if I said, like, something really bad to them. From a physical perspective, it has to do with me picking up certain objects, like a hammer, a pair of scissors, or even a knife. And what that implies is that my mind's telling me to go and hurt someone with this. And I get scared. Like with the words thing, it makes me feel that if I attack someone with the object I'm holding, who knows what physical harm could come to them. And that's why I often only hold them for like brief moments in time. So the risk of hurting someone decreases dramatically. And because of this, I made an OC that depicts that, which I'll talk about in another video. Being the good person that I am, hurting someone is something that I honestly dread. Like, even if someone were to force me to say something hurtful or do something hurtful to hurt someone, I honestly just think of the consequences beforehand and just honestly refuse to do it. Because, yeah, I just really have no words to describe it. The last fear I'm going to share with you is honestly the biggest one that I have today. And that is being assumed that I'm something that I'm not. This is a fear I've had since the beginning of 2021. And I'll be honest, it really has to do with social media. Because when I started my Nicolina Instagram account, the things went pretty smoothly to start. But people thinking, I was just a straight female was absolute bogus in my mind. Knowing that I am a male-female mix, this just wasn't right. But now comes an example of this that I'm going to tell you guys will be difficult to comprehend. Around Christmas time in 2020, I made a post on Instagram about myself being under a mistletoe with someone, and then came across a blue Luigi OC by the name of Texic who commented on it, and almost immediately I became suspicious of him. I thought to myself, this person is going to want to be in a romance with me because he saw me as a female. And unfortunately, guys, that was the case. When I first talked with him, I basically had no interest in him whatsoever. So I said no, like, quite a few times. But he begged me into it, until he finally broke me. And this is where this situation takes a very dark turn. When I roleplayed with him, I did many questionable things, and he sometimes even made me do them. And he called me things like hot, tight, and worst of all, good girl. I almost thought instantly that I needed to leave this guy, because if I didn't, I was gonna lose my mind. But I didn't because I felt obliged to do those things with him, and I didn't want to disappoint him, which made the situation that much more horrifying for me. That's when I said, in June of 2021, after 6 months of being in a roleplay romance with him, I decided I've had enough, and I cut ties with him. In a nutshell, I was basically abused. Because I even told him a couple of times that I was a male-female mix, but he wasn't buying it. He just wanted me to be a straight female. And that was absolutely bogus. And that developed into me being afraid of him and other male Mario OCs that were there at the time. Because I was afraid they were going to do the same thing to me. Without a doubt, those 6 months of my life were without a doubt the worst I have ever lived. I honestly didn't feel alive when I was with him. I honestly felt like I was being used. And it didn't feel right. It felt like I was stuck. Like I was taped to a wall, and I could not free myself. That's what it felt like. It honestly haunts me to this day, though it isn't as bad as before. Though I still get pretty emotional whenever I think about it. Moving on from that, I would like to talk about how people think I feel to how I really feel, using an example from my real life experience. That being unexpected car stoppings. This often happens with my mother, and I'll be honest, I'm quite used to them. And my mom is often apologetic when that happens. And I'll be honest, I do get scared by them, but they don't bother me too much. Another example of this is something I bring up from episode 3 of the podcast, which I'll pop a link on the screen up there if you want to check that out. So what do I mean? And that was from the social media posts on civil rights that I've been seeing, with words like, if you're not angry, you're not listening, or if you're not listening, then you're part of the problem. That honestly really ticks me off. Because, are you assuming that I am bad? Are you assuming that someone else is bad because they haven't focused on this? I mean, seriously, guys. This is honestly why I've stayed away from assuming things for a little more than a year now. Because it makes me feel like I'm something that I'm not. Like, of course, I explained earlier, which is the general fear that I have. And trust me, guys, there are a lot of good people out there who make mistakes. And people think, well, they're just being, like, stupid or ignorant. But really, they just don't understand. And of course, they portray things in their own way. Like, of course, how I strive to love without the influence of the outside world. Considering all the fears that I've talked about, would you say that I was in fear's shadow? Definitely I was. But I was strong enough to get out of fear's shadow. The first favorite memory of mine that I would like to talk about is actually a combination of two memories. That being two separate trips. And you want to know what those trips are? Those trips were to the US state of Florida. The trips to Florida we took were in back-to-back years, 2011 and 2012, and we did it in the exact same time period, during March break. And both of those times, we drove down there. In 2011, we drove straight there, like it was a 24-hour drive. But in 2012, we made a stopover. I'm not sure where to be exact, but I know we did. And then the next day, we continued on to Florida. Now, on to the memories themselves. I'm going to start off with the activities my family and I did in both times we went. There are three activities of significance that we did. The first thing we did was take a tour of Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach. The second thing we did was head to Dunedin to attend Toronto Blue Jays spring training games. And the third thing we did was go to Orlando. And you know what we did there? That's right, you guessed it. We went to Disney World. And I honestly have to say, no trip is complete without a trip to Disney World. And there is one thing of significance from each of those activities that I would like to share with you. For the Daytona International Speedway tours, we actually got to see the Daytona 500 winning car in person. I have to admit, that's really cool that Daytona does that they keep the winning car from the Daytona 500 for an entire year until the next Daytona 500. For the Toronto Blue Jays spring training games, it was definitely nice to see them outside of their normal regular season play, to see how they decide their roster. And for Disney World, both years, I collected so many pins. Like, that was my favorite part about going to Disney World, was collecting pins. And don't get me wrong, I like the rides, but nothing beats the pins. I mean, I got a load of them, both years when I was there, especially in 2011. Now, there is one significant moment from each year that I would like to talk about. And I'll be honest with you, they're very memorable in my view. So let's get into them. The first memory comes from 2011, and it's when we were at Daytona Beach. Just after we got back from the Daytona International Speedway Tour, and we were actually at the beach, right close to the track. And I'll be honest with you, this memory is funny now that I think of it. So we were blowing up a beach ball, to play with, and the wind was pretty strong that day. And the wind took hold of the ball, and it blew it all the way across the beach. And my younger sister and my uncle chased after it. And now that I think of it, it was kind of hilarious. Even though we probably shouldn't have done that. In the end, we didn't end up getting the ball back, which was pretty sad, but we carried on nonetheless. But still, it's a pretty fond memory that I have. Now on to the 2012 memory. This memory definitely holds a place in my heart. And that's where my family and I went to the Clearwater Marine Aquarium. And for those of you who are familiar with the story of Winter the Dolphin, you may definitely recognize what this place is. During my family's visit to the aquarium, we saw all kinds of aquatic life, including the dolphins, and even Winter herself. And did I say dolphins? Well, there's a reason behind that. 'Cause there is a dolphin that actually has the same name as my real life name. Yes, you got that right. That dolphin's name is Nicholas. Seeing Nicholas the dolphin was no doubt my favorite part about visiting the aquarium. And don't get me wrong, I loved seeing Winter too, but Nicholas definitely holds more of a place in my heart. And thinking back on my visit now, I've realized that it's definitely more significant than it really was, now knowing that Winter is no longer with us. I'll be honest with you guys. I felt, now that I think about my visit to Clearwater Marine Aquarium, I didn't just visit any ordinary aquarium. I felt I visited a historic aquarium. So basically, my trips to Florida were nothing short of memorable. Easily some of the best moments of my life happened on those trips. The next favorite memory I would like to share with you guys happened 3 years after my second trip to Florida. That being of me doing a dance at my cousin's wedding. But it wasn't a slow dance, or any dance like that. It was me dancing to Thriller by Michael Jackson. I actually danced to the song a couple of times before at other family gatherings, but when it came to my cousin's wedding, it was the most iconic of them all. And when the song came on, I could not resist. I knew I had to dance to it. And it even went as far as one of my family members recording it. And when I saw it, oh boy, I'm actually doing this. And someone's actually recording it. And I didn't even know at the time someone was recording my dance. Now you guys are probably wondering, Nicolina, did you do a random dance to the song, or did you do the actual dance to the song? I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I did the actual dance to the song. And why did I do it? Because I watched the music video so many times, and I realized how simple the moves were. In my mind, the Thriller dance is easily one of the most iconic dances of all time. And it's a dance I honestly would do over and over again for hours and hours on hand. No questions asked. And my Thriller dance at my cousin's wedding is no doubt the memory that comes to mind whenever I listen to the song itself. It makes me want to do it again, relive that moment again. And at the same time, maybe even get better at it. The next favorite memory of mine I would like to share with you guys happened not long after my cousin's wedding. And it's a memory I've mentioned a couple of times in previous episodes, those being episodes 4 and 11. That memory is me winning the county championship with the PDHS boys hockey team. Making reference to episode 11 here, you all probably know that my time at high school was definitely the best time of my life so far. But this memory in particular stands out. And the reason why was because of not only my dedication to the team, but the belief the team had in me. The first little bit of the county championship game was a little nerve-wracking at first, considering we were going up against BCI, the three-time defending county champions in boys hockey. But once the team got their feet moving, there was no looking back. And surprisingly, and honestly, I was surprised when this happened, the PDHS got the first goal of the game on a shot from the blue line, deflecting off of a BCI defender and into the back of the net. I was totally not expecting that. The score remained 1-0 in our favor until a little bit into the second period, where we capitalized on a 2-on-1 rebound chance to make it 2-0. And I felt, maybe there's a chance we can win this. But little did I know, a few minutes later, the game would be all but sealed. The chances would be immense. We made it 3-0 on a rush chance. And the player who scored the goal, I whispered to myself as he skated by, "Go." And then when he shot the puck and he scored, the bench of course just erupted. And in that moment I felt, did I really just call a goal there? Like, what the heck? However, BCI did get back at us. They made it 3-1 on a power play goal nearing the end of the second period. But that's as close as they were going to get. The score remained 3-1 until the final minute, where we got an empty net goal to seal it. And when it was all said and done, it was time for the trophy presentation. And without hesitation, the team sent me up with their team captain to accept the championship trophy. And I was officially the first one to hoist it high into the air, signifying that we did it together. Afterwards, in the locker room, it was nothing short of excitement, knowing that the team finally brought a county championship in boys hockey to their school. But at the same time, they pointed to me, the one who was giving motivational speeches to them before and after every game and practice. Realizing this, I knew exactly what to say. What a game, boys. What a game. Let's continue this to regionals. No doubt about it. It was nothing short of one of the most memorable moments in my life. One that'll forever highlight the significance of my time at high school. The 3 favorite memories I've shared with you so far have honestly been nothing short of excellent. But this last favorite memory of mine I'm going to share with you holds definitely the biggest place in my heart. That being the creation of my OCs. When I first started making my OCs, I didn't think too much of them at first. Just basic combinations of me and another character. But as time went on, however, I began to realize maybe they're more significant than I thought. And that's when I first included Nicolina in my Thank You PDHS comic, I realized maybe Nicolina was more than just an OC. She was an extension of myself. Someone who felt how I felt. And this extended to my other OCs, with examples being Nicole Daisy representing my defensive side, and Nicole Peach representing my shy side. But I knew deep down in my heart that Nicolina represented the true me, the true extension of who I am. Every single one of my OCs represents a side of me, both internally and externally. But Nicolina is the one that really stands out the most to me. With that being said, if you're talking to one of my OCs, you're talking to me. Like, I'm not even kidding. Any of my OCs you talk to is an extension of who I am. Because they're my way of getting how I feel out. Like an emotional outlet. No questions asked. When it comes to these memories that I talked about, I honestly think back on them and I say, wow, I can't believe I did these. I can't believe I went to Florida. I can't believe I danced to that song at my cousin's wedding. I can't believe I won a county hockey championship. I can't believe I created my OCs. Honestly, all of those memories were so fun. And I'll be honest, I was definitely enjoying the moment every time. The friendship in question that I'm going to talk about in this episode is with someone by the name of Kestrel. She and I met on November the 10th, 2020 as our Rosalina OCs on Instagram. Around the time we met, I only knew Kestrel as Kestrelina, which was the name of their Rosalina OC. And this was also around the time I was dropping out of college. I was scheduled to drop out of college on the 13th, which was a Friday. So the 10th was a Tuesday. So basically I had 3 days before I officially dropped out. Anyways, so I was scrolling through Instagram, and that's when I first came across Kestrel's profile as their Rosalina OC. And I thought right away, another Rosalina OC? I'll make sure to greet them with open arms. So without hesitation, I got to work on a drawing of Kestrelina, Kestrel's Rosalina OC, along with my Rosalina OC, which is Nicolina. And then I posted it just a couple hours later, and immediately, Kestrel fell in love with it. Within a month after I met them, Kestrel and I became close rather quickly. since we interacted as our Rosalina OCs frequently and played video games online with each other. And I also discovered around that time that Kestrel too had autism. The moment I heard that, I thought to myself, how many people with autism am I going to know? Moving ahead now 2 months into the friendship. This is where the first indication of how deep my friendship with Kestrel was going to get came up. This was also around the time of my January 2021 social media break, and I was checking in for a day just to see how everyone was doing before I made a full return. So anyways, I was talking with Kestrel on that day, and I explained to them how I was feeling. And there was one thing she said to me that stood out. And that was that she wished nothing but the best for me. Right then and there, I knew she understood what I was going through. And that she wanted me to get all the help that I can get. Then, about 2 weeks later, on my 20th birthday, I was going through my social media checking all the birthday wishes that I've received. Then came the one from Kestrel. And what she said in their wish to me blew me away. What she said in the wish was that I was someone who could take away their fear of male figures and religion. And I thought to myself when I first saw it, we've only been friends for 3 months. Have I already made that big of an impact on your life? Little did I know, that was true. As over a month later, I decided to make a comic series that included our Rosalina OCs plus Tylerina's Rosalina OC. That series being Galaxy Girls, the comic series. Since our OCs were all Rosalina OCs. And it was something that has stuck well in our friendship since I created it. It even went as far as Kestrel making their own cover art of it, since she loved the series so much as I did making it. Then, over a month after that, came without a doubt the biggest moment in our friendship. My Daisy OC, Nicole Daisy, plus Kestrel's Peach OC, Kestra Peach, became a romantic couple. Considering I'm not keen on a real-life romance, this came as an absolute shock to me. Regardless of how I felt, I realized in that moment our friendship was at unexpected heights, skyrocketing every single second. Quickly afterwards, our OCs became a family. Bigger and bigger, the more OCs we created. It went as far as us role-playing as our OCs on a frequent basis. Going as far as saying things like, I promise to stay with you. You're the bestest friend I know. And even, I'm proud of you. Those lines ring true to me. Because it felt like I wasn't just role-playing with Kestrel. It felt like I was right there with them, talking to them. I felt in an instant that our friendship was getting more and more special. And it would get even more special as time went on. Because in November 2021, about 7 months after Nickel Daisy and Kestra Peach became a romantic couple, Kestrel and I made another OC romance. This time, it was between the OCs that we first met each other with, Nicolina and Kestrelina. I honestly think that this friendship would honestly be the most unbreakable friendship I ever had. Like, things were going so smoothly. However, there have been times where I felt my friendship with Kestrel has been tested. Sometimes whenever I make a piece of artwork or an edit of Kestrel's OCs or my own OCs, I often feel that she would get mad at me because I didn't know if what I made would sit well with them. And this was, based on the type of artwork or edit I was making. But something in my heart told me, she enjoys being around you, Nicolina. I bet she would love almost everything you make. I took that phrase to heart, knowing that Kestrel loves making edits of their OCs and my OCs, as well as the same for me. Because I know we hang out quite a bit, and though we may not talk as much, it still makes me feel like whenever we talk, that it's the last time we will ever talk. This was further exemplified when I told my abuse story to them. I told it to them through my comic Fragile Love. And right as I was about to finish uploading it, that's when Kestrel pitched in and knew something was up. I admitted to Kestrel that I was indeed abused online, and she honestly felt bad for what I went through. She understood as well, as she had suffered something similar when she was young. I knew in that moment she was going to be there for me no matter what the circumstances were. Even if a conflict would have come upon them or myself. Through the ups and downs of our friendship, Kestrel and I have become closer and closer every single day. She's also made me realize that I can have online friends, as I was pretty skeptical about having them since I'm more keen on talking to people in real life, like physically. And Kestrel changed that for me, making me realize maybe having online friends aren't as bad as originally thought. Also, Kestrel made me realize the identities of almost all my OCs, since she is part of the LGBTQ community. And what she told me was that not only my OCs are intersex, but bigender as well. And the definition of bigender is exactly what it says it is, identifying as both male and female. Exactly fitting my definition of a male-female mix. From the moment we met, to the artwork and edits we made of each other's OCs, to our OC romances and family, and everything in between. My friendship with Kestrel is without a doubt one of the greatest friendships of my life, and a friendship I strive to keep going from here on out. And to Kestrel, whenever you are watching this, You are more than just a best friend to me. You are a true, dear friend. Starting with Nickel Peach. Nickel Peach was created on July 5th, 2021, as the third evil OC in my line of OCs. Nickel Peach is similar to Nickel Peach in terms of his family-influenced personality. However, she is more vengeful, psychotic, and manipulative. She makes evildoers realize the consequences of letting anger control them. The way she makes evildoers realize their wrongdoing is by biting them and injecting a highly potent venom, deadlier than that of the deadliest snake on Earth, the inland taipan. His venom directly attacks the brain, which makes the victim realize what they've done, and then after a minute, they fall unconscious and succumb within 5 minutes of being bitten. And considering Nickel Peach has snake-like venom, she also has a couple snake-like features, which include a forked tongue, which she often sticks out to sense the anger and hatred within his victims, as well as having a very loud hiss, which can be heard up to a kilometer away. Now, in terms of how she represents me, Nickel Peach showcases how much of a poisonous effect anger can have on the mind, as sometimes I've let anger overtake me like a poison injected into me. The lesson I learned from Nickel Peach is that it's okay to be angry, but to not let the anger determine my fate. Next in line is Nickel Daisy. She was created on May the 28th, 2021 as the second evil OC that I've officially created. Unlike Nickel Peach, Nickel Daisy is not related personality-wise to Nickel Daisy. Nickel Daisy is more inconsiderate of his surroundings, as well as being extremely boastful, often overexpressing how powerful she is. And indeed, she is. His ability is Hellfire. However, it's more powerful than you think. The Hellfire she possesses can burn his victims, aka evildoers, to ashes in as little as 5 seconds, 10 seconds at most. She does not give them time to let them give a legit cry for help. Nickel Daisy to me represents an out-of-control fire, destroying everything in a single blow, without any remorse or guilt, allowing a quick moment of anger determine the difference between life and death, and not considering how others would feel. The lesson I learned from Nickel Daisy is to keep the inner fire contained, and to always consider the feelings of others. Because you never know how one quick moment of anger can change somebody's life for the better or for the worst. And now for the evil OC that's been around the longest out of all of them. Nick Hell Lena. She was created on June 11th, 2020. She's exactly who you think she is. The monster within me, with a desire to kill. However, she can be considerate at times, but that's besides the point. Unlike Nickel Peach and Nickel Daisy, Nickelina doesn't use magic to kill his victims. She uses a cleaver or his claws, striking his victims by predicting their movements and reading the hatred within them. Evildoers have no escape when Nickelina confronts them, because she is relentless. And like Darth Vader from Star Wars, the angrier she gets, the more powerful she gets, getting more and more influenced by the anger for things I don't like. Like mentioned previously, Nickelina to me is the monster that had to be unleashed to understand my anger better. If it weren't for creating him, who knows how angry and violent I would have become. Also, Nickelina's relentlessness and desire to kill is inspired by one of the most famous horror movie killers of all time. That being Michael Myers from the Halloween franchise. Another aspect of the inspiration from Michael Myers is the human aspect, as Nickelina displays the most humanly aspects out of my evil OCs, even though, alongside Nickel Peach and Nickel Daisy, she's classified as a demon. Adding on to the fact that my evil OCs are demons, they aren't the usual ones, aside from their powers. They are actually cannibalistic demons. Their cannibalistic ways are similar to what you would see in a modern zombie, only they are quicker in eating human flesh. Their cannibalistic nature is actually inspired by me being primarily a meat eater and having the occasional premium meat dinner with my father. You can definitely say there's as much on the outside as there's much to the inside of my evil OCs. However, there's one more thing to that. One of my good OCs has the ability to turn into a demon themselves. However, they're not cannibalistic. That being Nickelina. Nickelina's demonic ability is a combination of my anger, Nickelina's anger, and his own sorrow. And unlike the demon OCs, whose scleras in the eyes are black, Nickelina's is white. The black scleras on my evil OCs are representative of anger and hatred, while the white symbolizes sorrow and fear. The white sclera means, in turn, that Nickelina won't attack anyone in his demonic form unless she is severely provoked. Like a combination of all of the evil OCs that I've created. Except only with Nickelina's anger to guide him. Through the eyes of my evil OCs and the demonic form of Nickelina, I've come to respect and acknowledge the darkness within me. Because I'm not just one to be happy or sad. I can be angry too. but show my anger in a form where no harm can be done. A creative form. Through my drawings, my comics, and my OCs, it's all there. All of my inner evil. I'm first going to start off with two songs that remind me of the first 14 years of my life. So basically from when I was born to the time I started high school. Those two songs I'm going to be talking about are Ticks by Brad Paisley and Thriller by Michael Jackson. Ticks by Brad Paisley reminds me of the summers in my early childhood, and one of many songs that gives me a country-like feel to my personality. Since in my early days and basically most of my life, I've lived in the countryside. For Thriller by Michael Jackson, that song reminds me of my early teens, since I watched the music video so much that I've memorized the dance moves and showed them at quite a few family gatherings. Adding on to the Thriller part, I mentioned back in episode 15 that I danced to the song at my cousin's wedding when I was 14, and it's among one of the most favorite memories of my life. If you would like to learn more about that, I will pop episode 15's link on the screen right here. Speaking of notable moments, I would now like to share some songs that I feel symbolize some of the most important events in my life. I'm first going to start off with my high school experience. The song that I feel describes it the most is Panther Pride by Son of Ice. Though the song was specifically written for the National Football League's Carolina Panthers, which of course I have honest respect for, I feel some lyrics in the song describe how I showed school spirit at my high school, PDHS. Lyrics like, "If you know my jersey number, scream my name up in the crowd," and "You know I'm the best," best describe how I showed school spirit within PDHS. Because I feel many people around the school knew who I was and how I showed school spirit and how it was beyond what they could have imagined. The next important experience of my life has two songs I associate with. That experience, no doubt, was my abusive online relationship with Texic. The first song I associate with this event is I Knew You Were Trouble by Taylor Swift. That song describes self-blame after being in a bad relationship, and that's exactly how I felt when Texic first came up. And when I noticed that he was trouble, I felt I should have left him when I saw that trouble within him. Which leads me to the second song that I feel best describes this situation. That being Done by the band Perry, which simply implies exactly how I felt when I cut ties with Texic. Because I realized in the 6 months I was with him, this was all on him. And I wasn't going to put up with his games anymore. And I hope that bad karma comes his way. The same thing I feel can be said for another notable life event that happened. And of course one I have described quite a few times in previous videos. That being my 2 years of hell on social media. The song that I feel describes that moment is Scream by Michael Jackson. And the song's title is exactly how I felt whenever I was looking on social media from May 2020 to June 2022. I felt every post I was looking at was going to make me scream in anger, because I knew what was going on, and yet people could not seem to control themselves. And that's why I left most of my social media platforms in the first place, because I thought every single one of them was going to make me scream. The last notable event with songs that I associated with is one, of course, that I described back in episode 16 of Angelrise. That, of course, being my friendship with Kestrel. The first song I feel that describes my friendship with Kestrel best is My Best Friend by Tim McGraw. And the song is exactly what it implies. The impact Kestrel has had on my life, and how dedicated she is to having a close friendship with me. The notable lyrics that I feel describe it best are "We just get closer," and "I don't know where I'd be without you here with me." I honestly have to say, that's really true about my friendship with Kestrel, because it feels no matter what, we will just grow closer every single day. The second song that I feel describes my friendship with Kestrel is Soldier by Gavin DeGraw. I feel it associates with our friendship because I feel it describes how dedicated I am to my friendship with Kestrel. Like I'm Kestrel's guardian angel, or in this case, soldier, who will stand by their side no matter what, and show them the way, even if they can't find it right away. The songs I described that I associate with some of my most notable life events are no doubt helpful to understand them a lot more. And it's not just my life events that I can associate with my music, but my OCs too. They have their fair share. For songs that I associate with my OCs, there's quite a few, including one that describes a group of my OCs. I bet you'll be surprised when that comes up. Starting off with my evil OCs, in particular Nickel Peach. The song I associate with him is Poison by Alice Cooper. The song's title is reflective, of course, of the power that Nickel Peach has, which is venom. But I also feel that reflects Nickel Peach's manipulative personality, considering the lyrics "You're a cruel device" and "Your poison running through my veins," which of course describes Nickel Peach using his venom to make his victims realize what they've done and have them own up to what they've done. For Nickel Daisy, considering his power and personality, it would be a song, of course, called Hellfire. And that's exactly the case. Hellfire, from the Disney movie The Hunchback of Notre Dame, is the song I associate with Nickel Daisy. That song exactly reflects Nickel Daisy's personality. From his narcissism, to his boastfulness, to his ignorance, to his psychoticness. Basically, everything about Nickel Daisy can be reflected within that song. For Nickelina, the song I feel I associate the most with him is Sad But True. No, literally, that's the name of the song. The song was made by Metallica, and like the previous two songs that I mentioned, this one reflects Nickelina perfectly. The portrayal of the song makes it feel like an inner voice of anger and hatred. but also of realization that everyone has an inner monster, like what I mentioned in the last episode of Angelrise. And last but not least, like I mentioned at the beginning of this section, there is one song that resonates with a group of my OCs. That being my good OCs. Nicolina, Nicol Daisy, and Nicol Peach have one song that I feel resonates the most with them. That song is Angels We Have Heard on High. Now, you're probably thinking, why make a Christmas carol symbolic with these OCs? My reasoning behind it? I see it as being a rejoice of peace and love for all. Just like how it's described within the song that Jesus would bring peace and love to the world now that he was born. I feel the same way with my good OCs, and them bringing a new sense of peace and love, just as I feel I can do. With the songs I talked about here, I feel with how I see them associate with my life, I feel my story was told in a way that can coincide with the other ways that I can share my feelings and my story. Only here, you can see my story and my feelings in music. The first injury I'm going to be talking about happened when I was just about to turn 8 years old. And that injury was a lot of scratch marks caused by one of my cats. Now, you're probably thinking that getting scratched by a cat isn't that bad. But in my case, it hurt a lot. As for the cat that caused this, that would be my cat, Storm. And around the time that this happened, he was about a year or two old. So what happened for him to scratch me so badly? Well, around that time, I liked tugging on my cat's tails, and they obviously wouldn't take too kindly to it. But Storm especially didn't like it. So in that time, where I tugged his tail, he got real angry, real fast, and absolutely clawed my right arm in between the hand and elbow. But thankfully, nowhere serious. But I definitely bled pretty bad. Thankfully, that area of my arm was bandaged up pretty quick, and nothing serious came from it. I'm not sure how long my arm was bandaged up for, but from what I can remember, it was there for quite some time. And though it's been a long time since that happened, I still remember it clear as day. One of the very first significant injuries that I've ever gotten. A clear reminder to me to never pull on a cat's tail, let alone a tail of any animal. And if you thought me getting scratched up by my cat Storm was bad enough, this next one I'm about to tell you is 1,000 times worse. And I remember it like it happened yesterday. This one happened in August of 2011, when I was 10. What happened will honestly shock you. On the morning of that day, I was feeding a few cats that live on the back porch of my mom's place, and I was heading back into the house when out of nowhere, I closed the back door on my right middle finger. The agony of it was unbearable. I tried pulling my finger out, but when I did eventually get it free, some of my skin around my finger and even part of my fingernail came off. And all I have to say was, it was a gruesome sight. It honestly felt like hell. And I could not stop screaming and crying. The bleeding, thankfully, was under control when my mom rushed home and took me to a local hospital to get it checked out. And all throughout the treatment process, I couldn't stop crying. Especially when the doctor took out what remained of the fingernail. When that happened, I whimpered and shook like I just saw a dead body. Afterwards, I was given a stitch on my right middle finger and a bandage put around it. And the bandage actually covered a big majority of my hand. I had to wear it for the rest of the month. But thankfully, I got it off just before the start of the school year. And I'll be honest, guys, when I look back on this injury, it became somewhat of a bad omen for my right middle finger. As on a couple occasions, the same thing has happened, though not as bad. Most notably in June of 2014, where I got my finger caught in between two car doors. But thankfully, it was just a really bad bruise. However, the nail coming off did happen, though it wasn't as bad as before. So in this case, I guess you can say my right middle finger is definitely my bad luck finger. It was all because of, without a doubt, the worst injury of my life. And I'll never forget that day. The last injury I'm going to be talking about is not necessarily an injury, but more of a temporary sharp pain. And it's one that isn't as bad as the other two, but it's still pretty bad. From what all of you may know, whenever we bend certain parts of our body, cracking can be heard. But it's not actually the bones that are breaking, it's just the bones that are cracking. When it comes to my knees, however, I've experienced a pain that feels like my knee has broken on several occasions. On certain occasions where I've bent my knees and heard them crack, when the crack happens, an unbelievable wave of pain travels through my entire leg, and it feels like I've either broken it or it's paralyzed. So I don't move my leg until the pain subsides. I'll be honest, it does feel like whenever that pain comes, I feel like I did something terrible to my legs, especially my knees. And you're probably wondering, what caused it? What caused these instances of pain to happen? Well, I've thought of two plausible theories. Number one, I occasionally play knee hockey for myself, and I move around on my knees quite a bit when I play. Now, I did this a lot when I was younger, but now that I'm older, I don't do it as often, but of course I still do it. And number two, it could be because I don't move my legs as often as I should. And that could be times whether I'm making my comics, my drawings, or videos for you guys. Whatever the case, the pain of that is quite bad, but not to the level as the other two injuries. Overall, the 3 injuries I've discussed here are without a doubt some of the most significant I've ever suffered. And with all 3 of them combined, it's just one big ow. First, we're going to start off with Rome. And no, I do not mean Rome, Italy. I mean a friend of mine who has the nickname Rome. Anyways, for those of you who don't know, he's the boyfriend of my dear friend Kestrel. And he's honestly the biggest Luigi fan I know. And he has 3 questions to ask me. Number 1, how did you find YouTube? Number 2, what is your most favorite game? And number 3, what were your biggest life influences? Questions 2 and 3 were actually definitive for me to answer right away when I first saw them. However, question 1 was more tricky, as my memory is quite short on that. But I did manage to figure it out. For question 1, I found YouTube through the tornado videos that I watched. I first started watching them on the Weather Network's website, I believe back in 2010 or 2011, which made me realize my initial fear of tornadoes, but calmed down as time went on. And that's how I came to find YouTube, and honestly, it's been a great experience ever since. For question 2, my most favorite game is no doubt Donkey Kong 64. It's the video game I grew up with and gives me really awesome memories. And to be honest, I don't feel that game looks like it was made in the 90s. I feel it's a timeless game. From the maps to its comedic moments, such as that "Come on!" from the barrel Kremlings, to its amazing music. Donkey Kong 64 will always be my favorite game. And heck, I watch videos of the game to this day. Such a good game. And for question 3, I actually have a few people who have been big influences to my life. The primary ones being my mother and 2 sisters. When I was really young, my dad was out of the house for work a lot. So I was around my mother and sisters for most of the time in my early years. In addition to this, well, more or less because of this, they were also the ones who made me more understanding of females, who inspired me to play more as female characters in video games, and the ones who inspired me to create my OCs. So, to my mother and sisters, if you're watching this, you 3 are a big inspiration to me. I love you all. And to Rome, thank you so much for the questions. They were really good. Next up, I have questions from my mother. I'm not even kidding. These are questions from my mother. And she is no doubt my biggest supporter. Love you, Mom. And she also has 3 questions for me. Question 1. You are a huge sports fan. Of all the sports you watch, which athlete has inspired you the most and why? Number 2. In your life, you've had some ups and downs. Right now there are many changes happening, you starting a new job, and us moving. How are you feeling about these changes? And question number 3, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And just to clarify what my mom is asking for the second question, yes, her and I are moving, but I will explain that in more detail in another video. For the first question, I've had many athletes who have inspired me over the course of my life. Notable athletes I have been inspired by include hockey player Sidney Crosby for celebrations, football quarterback Eli Manning for his no-quit attitude, hockey player Phil Kessel for his incredible skill, and basketball player Kobe Bryant for me getting into basketball. However, the athlete I feel that has inspired me the most is NASCAR driver Joey Logano. And why, you may ask? It's because I see a lot of myself in him. The no-quit attitude, always smiling and greeting the day with positivity, family dedication, adjustments to change, and one more thing, enjoying the moment. For those of you who don't know, Joey Logano is actually a NASCAR Cup Series champion, and he won it in 2018. And when he won it, I felt I cheered the loudest I've ever cheered, because I know how long he's waited to win a title. And like the saying goes, good things will happen to good people. For question 2, I'm super excited about these changes, even though I am a little nervous. But that's besides the point. I feel I should greet these opportunities the same way my high school experience went, because my high school experience was so good, and I feel like this is a new, true chapter in my life that I should embrace. And for question 3, I feel in 5 years, I will be a locally known actor, living my dream like there is no tomorrow. Also, I feel like I will be volunteering quite a bit in the community, since of course, I love helping out people. Yeah, I'm not even kidding when I say that. I love helping them out. And heck, even my YouTube channel could be more popular within the next 5 years. But in the end, only time will tell what will happen in the next 5 years. Because God knows. Thank you so much for the questions, Mom. They were actually really tricky to figure out at first. But I got them. And they were really good. Up next is the third and final person who submitted questions for this Q&A. That being my dear friend, Kestrel, aka Ani Deji, which is Japanese for Princess Daisy. And by the way, Kestrel is a big Princess Daisy fan, so shout out to all you Princess Daisy fans out there. And Kestrel has 2 questions to ask me. Question 1, would you ever want to do a collaboration with any friends for an Angel Rise episode? And number 2, would Kestra Peach and Nicole Daisy ever have a child like Kestrelina and Nicolina? For question 1, I honestly would love to collaborate with my friends for an Angel Rise episode. or even multiple episodes. I've actually considered collaborations quite a few times, as I feel I should get more people involved in the channel, in terms of letting them talk as opposed to me, who basically does all the talking here on this channel. So yes, I would love for an Angel Rise episode collaboration sometime in the future. And before I answer question 2, I must explain to you all who don't know that in the Nicolina x Kestrelina OC romance that Kestrel and I have, Nicolina and Kestrelina have a daughter named Marie, who is a Rosalina OC like Nicolina and Kestrelina. I'll share an edit of her on the screen right here, just so you can get a good idea of what she looks like. Now on to answering question 2 itself. I feel I would like for Nicol Daisy and Kestra Peach to have a child. I actually thought of the idea many times before, like I did with the collaborations. However, I was torn on this idea because I initially felt that Nicol Daisy and Kestra Peach would be better off without a child. Now that I think of it, I think it would be really nice if they had one. Thank you so much for the questions, Kestrel. Definitely some of the most detailed and clever questions I've ever been asked. And last, but not least, the questions I came up with for myself. However, as I was coming up with these questions, I thought to myself, what if you guys asked me those questions? But I thought I would give you some insight. The first question is, what is my favorite Angel Rise episode? At first, I had a hard time answering this one, as honestly, I enjoy all the episodes I make one way or another. However, after some thought, I have narrowed it down to 3 episodes that I like the most. Those being episodes 2, 11, and 16. Why those 3 episodes, you may ask? Well, I've got a good reason for all 3 of them. Starting with episode 2, it's because I felt my autism needed to be shared, and I wanted to see if any of you all related in some way. And another thing, not a lot of autistic people could share their behaviors like I do. So now that I think of it, I was a voice for them in that episode. For episode 11, it's because there are very few people who do enjoy high school, because there are a lot of people who would rather just get on to college and not worry about high school. But for me, it was the complete opposite. I'd rather live in the moment and make the most out of it. And honestly, it was an experience I'll never forget. Let alone the popularity and great marks that came along with it. And also I felt episode 11 would be a ray of hope for those looking to have a great time at high school. And for episode 16, it's because I would never have imagined that a friendship like the one I have with Kestrel would come as far as it did. And I feel like episode 16 will be a ray of hope for guys and girls being best friends. Because in the real world, the trust between guys and girls isn't that high. And for me and Kestrel to be best friends, That basically defies those odds. And the second question is, will I be continuing the series after this episode? That is a definitive yes. This series will continue after episode 20. It's because this series means a lot to me, and I feel you all should continue to listen to more of my experiences and feelings, as I've got lots more to come. Because you all deserve to be part of this ever-growing channel and have even more chances to hear from your angel.